Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Right. I was actually hoping to hop on a lot earlier today, but I had to cook some extra stuff because I didn't have some ingredients. It's not the end of the world. I'm just me explaining. We are only going to do a shorter stream today, though. I need to try and finish Rhapsody 2, and then we're going to switch straight on over into Well, yeah, brain's not working right now. God. New sale though, apparently, but there is absolutely fuck all on sale. Oh, I do need this actually. Funny enough, for the DLC. It's the only way to get the DLC. And the Jack and Daxter collections on or Combat Racing is just on sale, not the rest of it. What the fuck? Life is Strange Reunion. Oh, that's the new game they announced. Wow, and it's coming out in like 2 months, and massive spoilers of her obviously being alive. Huh. Interesting. Interesting decision. That looks terrifying. Oh, look, there's Avowed. Nice. I forgot. I need to actually play that game for Pembo as well. DBD Gold Edition. Fam, hello Leaf. How's it going, fam? Oh, it's not a very good sale. It's pretty shit, actually. Oh, it's a really shit sale. Fuck, man. All the Fallout stuff's on sale, though. Oh, they know what they're doing. $14. Fam is streaming. I have a migraine. I'm sorry to hear that, fam. Is it from anything, or did you just wake up with it? When the fuck did they do Moss 2? What the fuck? 2022. I did not hear about this game. Everyone never shut the fuck up about the first one. Did not know about the second one though. Took meds but didn't help. Yeah, oof, so it's like a proper sleep one. Like one you'll only get rid of with sleep. I hate those. They're like the most annoying fucking things ever. Like when you can't achieve anything. Oh, some DLC is on sale though. I was hoping more DLC though, to be honest. Well, there's a lot of Far Cry and a lot of... I need this, actually. Oh, should I buy this? I might wishlist this. How long is this on sale for? The 5th of February. I might grab that. I'm thinking about doing Far Cry Force Platinum again on this new account. I'll do, like, the missable stuff that's going to go away. I don't even really like Far Cry 4, but I might go back to it. I might have to skip the gym because I can't drive. It's probably a good idea. You probably shouldn't do the gym with a migraine anyway. You could end up hurting yourself if you do anything. Migraines can cause so many, like, just normal functions going wrong. Oh, I probably should buy that too. Is there... Hey, Quantum. How you doing today, family? You keen for the new Life is Strange? I saw you playing through the older remasters recently. I know someone said that the other week, but I didn't realize they were just going to drop it so quickly like that. They were like, fuck yeah. Here you go. Oh shit! So I didn't realize Hex hadn't actually dropped a trophy on this for a while. Oh, they're DLC trophies. Yes, there are. Okay, I need to buy this then. I'm good. I got had a haircut. Nice. Yes, pre-ordered it. Haircut, not headache. You had a headache. Haircut, not headache. Ah. Even I read it wrong. Are you playing on PlayStation? Yeah. Yeah. Majority of my games are on PlayStation. I do have like a pretty wide variety of PC games, but with the consoles sort of honestly at some point probably disappearing, and because I'm a trophy hunter, I tend to play on console a lot more. I made that decision a few years ago. PCs will probably last forever, but consoles aren't, probably. So, rather spend 20 to 30 years playing on console than having to switch to PC when I don't have a choice anymore. Platinum the Life Strange 1 Before the Storms next, then True Colors and Double Exposure. Nice, fam. They're not too bad Platinums to do, hey? All of them. Her True Colors has got a good one. Yeah, it's a good DLC. A good DLC. Good DLC sale by the looks of it. But kind of a shit sale in general. I mean, shit, both Silent Hill F and Silent Hill 2 for $90 is actually a steal, though. Jesus Christ, dude. That's actually a good price, because they're both actually like $110 usually. 130 for Silent Hill F, actually. That's a bargain. What the fuck? Forever with the way AI companies are dominating. Consoles lasting forever are past, but not probably priced by 2028. What? Consoles lasting forever with the AI companies are dominating our PC parts. Fuck, I cannot type properly at the moment. I've been lifting lockers at work, so I am worn out as fuck. Oh, with the way that PC parts, yeah. Yeah, I would, but I wouldn't say, like, because of the way, like, the biggest thing I've always thought this is that, like, the physical age of game, like, is such a big and pivotal part of consoles. But people don't tend to think that, but I think it is. It's very important having physical, like, games and stuff like that. So once physical's completely gone, we will genuinely will know whether consoles will last or not at the end of the day. I just sold RAM for 410 on eBay the other day. I was Persia. I had bought it for 200. Nice. Yeah, PC parts are going for insane value right now. People also need to chill the fuck out because the prices aren't going to like stay that high forever. Like they will drop eventually. You just got to people got to chill. Like even with like the shortage, it will drop a little bit. There's some people buying secondhand parts like it's no tomorrow at the moment. You're better off just buying new shit, honestly, for that price, and spend the extra 100 to 200 instead. It'll settle like a few hundred down. Just got to be patient. Yeah, it's just DLC. Although one of my mates is selling another friend, he's old 37 for 200, so he's keen as fuck. Nice. Sounds good. Oh, Scorn's on sale. Oh, Plucky Squire's on sale again too. What a game. Holy shit, so many people are going to platinum this game now. That's the lowest I've seen it drop. I want this physically though, so I won't buy it. But what a game. Aha. Babe. Babe. All the DLCs are on sale. They went on sale literally like an hour ago. Medical school's $7. The school spirits is $4. And Space Academy is $7. Yeah, if you finish the game, then just grab them. They're on sale for another 3 weeks. So just have a think about it. What? Oh, actually, this is on sale. I need this. No, we have more. So he's keen as fuck. Your mic's quiet as fuck as well. I'm talking really quiet at the moment. I've been for the past like few days. Just not talking as loud as I used to. I'm a bit unwell at the moment. You okay? I'm alright. I'm just not well. Just don't have the energy right now. Yeah, it's a really good sale for all the DLC, hey? Oh, World of Final Fantasy's on sale. I kind of need to get that physically. Well, that's not a bad sale. I paid off my car debt to purchase. I did see that in emails chat the other day. I was just lurking. Congrats, fam. I'm glad you're able to do that. I bet it feels good too. There's nothing better. Rikoi's pretty much haunted by hers. Took 3 years. Hey, Darkrai, by the way. Thank you for the like.
There was a village called Orange. A young girl with the power to become friends.
Oh, actually, I need to go get my water real quick. It'll be 2 seconds. Sorry. We got the right trophy count? No, I got 11, not 10. We should finish this game today as well. And as I said, if there's any mistakes that I've made during the entire playthrough, half the trophies won't pop and I'll have to restart the entire game again. So let's fucking hope that doesn't happen. Just gonna grab some water too, real quick. Sorry guys, I'm back. Alright, let's get this. Alright, 2 more acts to go. Let's get this bread.
That idiot Marjorie split the Shadow of Beauty and sent the pieces flying. Go out and find all of them. I don't want a single stone unturned.
What? No way! That sounds super annoying!
She's right. We don't even know where they are.
How dare you! Wait, what? Hello, Rock Protector. How's it going, fam?
It's just a waste of time. That's right, Meow! That's right, Meow!
Shut up! I need the Shadow of Beauty no matter what. If I don't get my hands on it, then...
I'm tired? Fair enough, dude. How did the grind go? In the end. You're getting close now. Eight more to go. Let's go!
Eternal youth, huh? Useless.
Alright, here we go. It feels like forever since we were last here, doesn't it? A number of things happened, but we got back safely. Yeah, but the most important part still hasn't come yet. Friendship. We gotta get ready. Okay, where the fuck are we? Oh, we're over here. It's not worth fighting right now. I do like how the enemies changed though. Alright, we're gonna go back to this lady, actually, funny enough. I asked Captain Sonia about her favourite foods once. She said she was neither fond of the river fish dishes we ever had in Mother Green. She's not too keen on sweets. What? That is Lady Sonia though. Where is she? And the guy to the right. Welcome to Mother Green. Yeah, this line is definitely the best. Okay, bro. Mars Castle. Hang on, let's save real quick. But where's Randy? Where are you? That him there? No. It's a church. Where the fuck is Randy? Go to the Spawning Clan Club entrance, go to the right, go to Miles Castle and visit Randy. Tell him yep. Where the fuck is Randy though? Randy! It's acting like we see Randy here all the time. We fucking don't. He's never here. Brother pops up in like the weirdest situations. He's not there. That's definitely not him there either. No, that's the dungeon. No. There he is. Fucking hell, man. There's something I want to get your advice on, Your Highness. I want to invite Sonia to dinner, but I don't know where would be best. Heh, Randy likes Sonia, huh? Heh, looks like Randy's finally going to make a move. I want to pick a nice place that's popular with the ladies right now. Do you know a place? And I go, yep. Where would it be? So she doesn't like sweets, so a fish restaurant? You're right. I'll trust you too and take the initiative. Good luck, Randy. Prepare to crash and burn. That's what real men do. Crash and burn? I'll do that for sure. Is that going to be okay? I'm starting to get really worried. Right, cool. Apparently that's chill. I swear to God, if these 8... So, like, I'm not even taking the piss. When I beat the final boss, I think 8 trophies are going to pop, which is insane. So if one of the 8 don't pop, we're in trouble. Hey, Kreia. Why have you been helping me all this time? Is it because we're friends? That's partly why, but the most important reason is because I like you, Kururu. Huh? Hehe. Isn't that how it is for Shallow too? Haha, don't worry about it. It's nothing, got it? I'm only tagging along so I can get the Shadow of Beauty, that's all. Ah, yeah, of course. Oh. Well, we can leave it at that for now. In any case, I'll help you, both of you, Kururu, Cello. I consider you two beloved friends of mine after all. Mother said that friends will help one another in times of need. You really are a mama's girl, Kreia. Well, yes, our family unit consists of only us. Friends, family, this girl sure is lucky. Middle. And... Okay, I was feeling lonely. Do something fun for me. So... we are going to play the horn this time. Thank you. Your performance was truly lovely. Here's something nice. We got the triple slap. Nice. Let's put the triple slap on this bad boy. We definitely need to get his defense up. Or health, one of the two. Oh, the more damage is good too, though, to be fair. I will save real quick. Alright. Twilight's Diary is there. Read Twilight's Diary, read it. Oh my god. I can't believe it's already been 10 years. Kreia just turned 12. She's grown into an honest child who admires me as much as I... Oh my god, do I have to read all of this? But maybe out of the consideration for me, she hasn't even tried to broach the subject. Kreia owe you as much as she can. It may very well thought that her parents ended up dying. They'd probably finished off when she'd be living. Her real parents right now. Mother and father were very strongly against me raising Kreia as my own child, and there's no shortage of people around us who literally like her and aren't married with us. But even so, I have no regrets to think of Kreia as my own daughter. A lack of blood ties doesn't change that fact. But Kreia could have known the truth. She should learn I'm not actually a real mother. The very thought of that terrifies me at times. Kreia is already a decent age. I know I can keep this from her forever. I'll have to bring the truth up to her someday. But will Kreia forgive me for everything once she learns the truth? So, in summary, she's not really her daughter. Anyway, this can't be. Mother! She's not really my mother. It's gotta be a mistake, Kreia. There's something like this, that you're not really a Twilight's daughter. It just can't be true, it can't. Right, Kreia? What, we're just gonna leave it at that? Alright, bro. Let's go talk to Twilight. Ah, Twilight. Oh man, this is really bad timing. What do we do? Wave and ask. There's nothing we can do now that she's seen us. What will be? What will be? No way. You're acting awfully secretive. What's wrong? Oh, what's the matter, Kreia? You're acting odd. If there's anything on your mind, feel free to tell me. What's wrong, Kreia? There's no need to keep secrets. Won't you tell your mother? Hawa, Minx. I'm not the one keeping secrets. You are. I want my parents back. The deaf. The deaf. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Damn it for showing LOL. We all know you're a League streamer. It's okay. It's okay. Twale, I knew this day would come eventually. It's impossible to keep the truth hidden forever. I knew this from the start. But will Kreia leave my side should she discover the truth one day? The idea of that terrified me. I couldn't say anything. I suppose it's not my right to act as her mother. That's not true! You're the only person who deserves to be her mother. You're the one who told me to believe in myself, weren't you, Twale? It makes everyone jealous how wonderful a mother you are to Kreia. Believe in yourself. Believe! Bro, we've been streaming the worst recently, Valo and LOL. What, you're only just realizing this? You know your solo streams, like, repair your reputation. Because you just play, like, calm, chill games. And then every other night of the week, it's, like, toxicity. Six Siege, Valorant, Arc Raiders, Hunt. You have muddled tonight with Doom on Sea of Thieves. Nice. I mean, Sea of Thieves is still pretty toxic there. But no one wants to watch my calming games. Everyone wants to watch your calming games. What do you mean? Thank you, Kududu. Go to Twale's room next to read her diary. Try to exit the house, speak to Twale, return to the house entrance. Alright, we'll go to talk to Kreia. Hey Kreia, sure you and Twale might not be related by blood, but she's still the one who loved and raised you, isn't she? I can't put it into words, but isn't that real family? When it comes to family, there's probably something more important than blood. Deep down, you know that too, right? When I found out Mother isn't related to me, it was true, it shook. But I haven't grown to hate her or anything of that sort. She's cherished me more than you would think could be possible. I know that quite well. That's why my emotions are such a mess. I don't know what to do or how to feel. That's why I ended up blurting out what I did. I know. And I'm sure Twilight does too, Kreia. Come on, let's go see her together. Together! Wednesday's the quietest. I was considering switching to Tuesday night, especially so I didn't clash with you, but then work booked me in Tuesday evening. Tuesdays are good for you anyway. For your days off is what I mean. That you never take anymore. Because you don't have your Japanese classes anymore. I take Thursdays and Fridays off now. That's what I'm keeping as my stable. I'm going to be reducing my hours on... Tuesday and Wednesdays from now on, because I've picked up more work. Well, yes, Koi enjoys Tuesday streams. Yes. Yeah, I take Thursday and Fridays off. But what I meant to say was... Yeah, all good, Darkrai. You rest up, fam. Break, you're always welcome to jump on Sea of Thieves with us. See, I don't find Sea of Thieves a break. That's the problem. That shit's also like 90 gigabyte. I can't download it right now. I'm afraid. That game is massive. It's massive. It's so big. And then it's all the updates, and then it's such a painful game to launch. Oh my lord. Actually might be one of the worst games I've ever had on my PC, hands down. It opens up the Xbox as well. Oh my god, dude. Are we just seeing shanties and crash into rocks? But nah, I can't download something that big in short notice. Like, for my internet, that would take me probably 5 to 6 hours to download. I'm not gonna lie to you. It would take forever. But also with Wednesdays are, I think, I've always thought Wednesdays are quiet on stream, on Twitch. That's actually why I used to do my community nights on Wednesdays. Because no one was coming to watch me do it, like, play anything. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just play whatever I want then with people. And if people want to come and play, then they can come and play. Community night was just like a reason for me to play games that I wouldn't usually play. That's why I used to play. That's why I used to do it on Wednesdays. True, fair. I thought it was just there for some reason. Interesting. Well, we used to have it on Tuesdays. Because Tuesdays is pretty bad too. For numbers. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I've always found. Because it's the middle of the week, so most people are too fucked to, like, do anything. Or too busy. Because it's the middle of the week. Well, I feel reassured it's not me. No, Minx, it's not. To be honest with you, your solo segments are my favorite segments on your channel. I'd like to say, like, I feel bad saying that about the other segments, but I don't. Because it's true. I enjoy your segments the best. I always have. Again, they've just never lined up. Like, one of my favorite things to do was when you used to do, like, the day streams last year and the year before. And I used to put you on at work. Or, like, when I was, like, just sitting in bed when I was unemployed. Well, I used to always have, like, Tuesdays and Wednesdays off when you used to have a day off. And you'd be streaming. So I would be sitting there watching you. Calm Games raging at Dave the Diver last night. Dude, Calm Games are the most rage-worthy games. 100%. I don't understand how people sit there and enjoy it. It's bullshit. Stardew is the biggest load of bullshit ever. I've never raged at a game so much in my life. There's no such thing as a calm game. They're like, yeah, well, you should really sit back, relax. Sit back and relax and enjoy yourself on Stardew. And then also remember which plants you had planted, on which days, at what time. Or also, don't forget to go mining and talk to 3 different people at the same time. You don't have to, but it'd also really help with your playthrough. Oh, and then don't worry about money. Don't forget about the money as well. There's a festival also in a few days. You really should prepare for that too. I hope you timed your plants properly for it. Don't blame Stardew. I've played Stardew normally. It's a stressful game. It's not chill. It's like having a job. That's like, I always laugh about it. But Stardew is like having a functioning job. Some of these motherfuckers that can play Stardew, like, to an insane extent, either have extremely good jobs and have really good organization, or should go get a job with good organizational skills, because they would destroy it. Because it's insane how much you have to remember. It's ridiculous. Anyway, that was my rant. But it's seriously, like, games like that aren't chill, man. They're just not. I was like, no way, this guy is in Carton selling me under modern slave causes. Mr. Incredible pointing at the table angry. And now I only have to dive during the day, but I'm the menu manager and the waiter. I've actually heard Dave the Diver is quite difficult. I have heard that. It's got like, I think it's got like a 4 out of 5 out of 10. Most of the time I don't worry about relationships till like a year in. But even then, imagine how functional society would be if people used their Stardew skills for real life. It would be insane. Imagine. Remembering to talk to people. It's a 3 out of 10, which is pretty difficult for a chill game. Everyone is a total dick of him all the time and would be like, fuck this job. Is it good though? You enjoying it? You're right, you don't have the tism, lol. It's not about the tism. Fucking hate. What else was chill that was like a fucking nightmare to do? There's been a few. There's been a few games that were supposed to be chill, and they were an absolute nightmare to deal with. I can't think of them properly right now. I think so, yes, but it makes a rant a lot. Fair enough. I think it's really good. I like the collabs. They're cool. I'll play it eventually, I think. Thrive off the chaos. Those games are me at work, thrive off the chaos. Yeah, but I don't come home and fucking want to do my job. I come home to play something that I don't want to do anymore. that I can't do at work. That's what I don't understand. That's what games like that. That's why like they stress me out because I'm coming home to do more work. It's like insane. That's the biggest thing about streaming that I enjoy is that I get to be in my comfort place. So when that comfort is taken away, that's when I get grumpy. I failed the last restaurant night. People getting mad at me not pouring their tea. I'm gonna throw the pot at them. Pouring their tea? What the fuck? I need to watch you play this game. I was avoiding spoilers. I might watch back the VOD. It's just multitasking 10 tabs open at once. That's funny, though. It's just multitasking. Oh my god. Oh yeah, you've also been playing Diablo too. That's a really toxic community as well. Well, they claim they're not toxic, but they are toxic. God damn, you really are like going through all the Infinity Stones, Minx. You just need Overwatch now, or Marvel Rivals. And then yeah, you've sealed the deal pretty much. I'm just getting annoyed at the characters. Yeah, I might watch it. Work was really busy today, so I didn't get to watch any of Twitch. I figured out a way to get into my work's Wi-Fi for free, and it's fucking amazing. I can finally watch Twitch again on stream. I haven't been able to watch Twitch at work for... I reckon it's been 8 months since I've been able to watch Twitch at work. It's been a fucking nightmare, because it's like my main time for catching up on people's like YouTube or Twitch. Oh, I want to play Dive the Dava too. They've released a physical for it yet. Sorry, got on with the sniffles. They've released a Switch version, but not a PS5 version yet. When they drop a physical copy, I'll probably grab one real quick, because it's going to be pretty limited, I think. So I'll grab one when that happens. Dude, Diablo is toxic. I pretty much pinned, don't give me advice, don't backseat, don't brag, don't breathe, leave me alone. And people kept coming in and telling me shit. I was like... Yeah. So I actually watched all of your... God, I got the sniffles. I was away for like, what, 5 days? But I actually watched like everyone's streams over the last 4 or 5 days. I just wasn't saying anything to anyone. I just haven't been saying anything. Because, like, my patience at the moment is pretty much just completely gone. Because I've been unwell and stressed. And I'm just, like, I've just got no patience at all for people. So I haven't been typing in people's chat. But sitting there and watching people read the fucking pinned comment and say something like, oh, okay, so no backseating. And then 30 minutes later, we'll say something. And even some of the people that are, like, always there will say something. I'm like, I fucking swear to God, I nearly headbutt the wall looking at it. I'm like, it's even people that are like consistently there are doing it. I'm like, it's not even just about, it's just this fucking game. You should know, you shouldn't, no, there's no backseating in this channel. Minx will ask for help. Everyone in the channel will ask for help if they want help. I'm like, what the fuck is it with this game, dude? But it's a nightmare. And then there's so many people memeing it. I was like, fucking, it nearly sent me to the fucking nether realm. I think, who was it the other night? I was ill. And I clicked on it. And it was Tommy. And Tommy came in. I don't think I was even chapping in chat. And Tommy came in and said like, hey, could I just please join your voice chat real quick and just give you guys some advice? I have some really good tips. And Quee just went, fuck off, Tommy. Just straight up. Didn't even like, there was no hesitation. I reckon it's the fastest I've seen Quee read chat. And he instantly just went, no. And I was like, ugh. I know they were memeing, but I was like, I did have a giggle about that one. I was like, fucking hell. So I could tell how over Quee was with it. But I suppose if I can get to the point where I'm angry instead of anxious, it's good practice. Yeah, exactly. Getting angry at a game and being connected to the game is good. Instead of anxious, being anxious is better. I agree. I just need to finish this game. If I can just finish this fucking game. There's two games in this game. For this platinum. If I can just get through these 2 fucking games. I'm nearly tempted to ask Rocky whether I can just do one of the games and do the other game at another point. Because, like, yeah. If I can just get through this fucking game, then I can start my alphabet challenge. I'm going to calm down so much. And I'm going to chill the fuck out. But I just need to get through this fucking game. I was giving me updates on their illegal activities, wanting praise at one point. Oh. Yeah. I've had a few people do that. It's so weird when people do that. Well, like, the other one that always, like, throws me off is the people that, like, are proud of, like, that they can fight. And, like, the ones that always want to, like, challenge you to a fight. It's like, I could beat you in a fight. No, come on, let's go. Let's fight. I was laughing how I say to Quaid, people judge me, and he's like, no, they don't. And then someone the next day came in and judges openly, and I'm like, I'm not there. Yeah, that screenshot, I was like looking at it. That set the tone for my day when I read that. I was like, for fuck's sakes, dude. Oh man. It's not my favorite, like, the worst part about it, for me, is it's not even like you try to claim you're good at games, or that, like, you're amazing at games. And I think you're great at games, and I think you're amazing at games, to be honest. That's what I personally think. But you don't even try to claim you're good at anything. And if you are good at something as well, or, like, you think you're even decent at a game, you don't play it on stream. I already know that. And everyone else should also know that as well. Like, you never actually play it. Like, you never play anything you're good at on stream. Like, I know that for a fact, because you, like, anything you like or good enough at, you don't play on stream so it doesn't get ruined. And I don't even blame you for it. Most of the games I really like, I haven't even played on stream, because I don't want it to be ruined yet. Hey, Zophie, how's it going? Thank you for doing the chat, Minx. Every time I'm okay, I'm going to try grow. And then more people appear like that, and I'm like, I'm going to try fit under the table. Yeah. Yeah. I think the last time I played something that I was like, I'm terrible at games. But the last game I played, where I played Shadow of Mordor, I've played 700 hours of Shadow of Mordor. And I've beaten the game like 40 times. I'm being dead ass when I say 40 times, because I used to, like, I love that game. I used to speedrun it. And someone came in trying to give me advice, and I was like explaining to them I've played a lot of this game, and I showed them my hours, showed them the platinum, showed them it all, and then 10 minutes later they're like, oh bro, you really shouldn't be doing that right now, like, do this, like, and I was like fuck this. I was just like, yeah, I was like, fucking hell, man. Truth, it's actually amazing. I've been playing that city builder. That's good though. I no longer have a tag rhythm games properly. Toxic Community 2. Yes, I have seen that. I'm a bit nervous for that. Fighting games make me nervous too. I've only played like one fighting game on stream. It was one of the Tekken games with email, and we had like 3 or 4 people come in and like want to fight like 1v1 straight away, and I'm like, I just want to play the game, man. Going good, not out of bed yet. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I feel you though, Minx. I feel you. I was joking the other day on stream about...
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Right. Well, that escalated quickly. What is this? It's for when I'm raging. Minx redeemed it. I need to actually adjust where that's sitting there. That sits on behind my camera. My Steam's updating for some weird reason. During the other day on stream about your community, I'm like, no, don't bring them over to tell me what to do and tell me about their platinums. Keep them over there, Pedge. So not all of them. Like, I actually don't have. Well, no, I have a few. I don't really have any toxic trophy hunters, to be honest with you. Most trophy hunters tend to talk shit at each other. If they start talking shit, but apart from that, it's not too bad generally, in my opinion. It's not too bad. There are a few. Alright, I'll put a 5-minute timer on. Let us continue. Yeah, shit. Rock Protector's chill. Like, he's a good one. What is this? Yeah, it's 5 minutes of looking at the tank. Might be too long, we'll see. For the new ones come in. Well, the idea is I'm going to put it, like, when I am raging properly, the idea is I get up and I go get a drink. Or I go get a snack or something. So, like, when I'm raging, and I'll go get, like, a Coke or something to drink. And then I come back and look at the fish while I sip my drink very angrily. Because it forces me to get up. Because sometimes I do just sit there. Like, one of my recent streams, I sat, like, in the same spot for, like, for 9 hours straight. And just didn't even go get a drink or didn't go to the toilet or anything. I just sat there for 9 hours. So I do it sometimes by accident. Should put on Enya? Enya? Doing well, no work today. Hell yeah, fam. They can stay over there. The new ones come in, they can stay over here. Don't. Okay. Oh, someone added me on Steam. By the looks of it. Oh, Cheska tried to add me. I didn't know if Cheska had Steam. Oh, she just built a PC. I forgot about that. Okay, I better get ready. Enjoy your fish break. Appreciate it. That's good. I'm enjoying the meeting time at 3 at work. Nice. Thank you for doing a shout there, Minx. Appreciate it. Look at all them fish. There's not even that many in there. There's only 57. We're only halfway to 100 at the moment. Right, I need to add... Oh, I need to add so many games to the list that have been redeemed. So many, so many, so many. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Hope you're all doing well, and I hope your time off from work from all of you, hopefully it goes well today as well. The first game, Memories Retold, is so fucking long for what it is. It should be interesting whether it's actually going to be good or not. Email does have, like, high regard for it. But the way the art style is, I can't believe it is 15 hours. Glad to have a purge room to hang into. I appreciate you, Sophie. Won't be anything intense. I'm just finishing this game today. Right, that is 5 minutes. Back to the game. There is a cooldown for that for 2 hours, by the way. But mainly it's used just to make me have a break when I'm not good at taking a break, pretty much. Why'd she fall asleep in the hallway? Mother! What's wrong, Antoine? It appears to be anemia. A combination of exhaustion and shock must have hit her. Mother! I'll go find some medicine. We'll go with you. If you're looking for medicine, there is a panacea at the dock, Lady Creo. Should be inside our lady's beloved chest. I understand. Thank you. Alright. So, we should have just unlocked 3 segments. No. Why didn't that unlock yet? Oh, this isn't good. Hang on. How do I go to the basement again? Wait, what? My brother in Christ, how do I get out of here then if you're in the fucking where? Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Dude, is the game glitched? I have to walk out this door! There's no way. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh man, this is not good. Oh, okay, sorry. Fuck me, man. This is a nightmare, dude. Right. Ah, I remembered. Far out, dude. What a pain in the ass. Hang on, let me see whether I've gotten all of these yet as well. There's enemies here. There is a White Wind. I've got a Mini Earth, an Earth Dragon. Yep. We got a Boo, a Magic Jelly. I feel like we've gotten a Magic Jelly before. And a Jellyfish Water, apparently. Well, there's the Boo. Oh my god, it removed all of our stuff. Why, bro?
Got you! I beg your pardon? Take
Are we invincible? Are we? Mermaid. Alright. What? Neither of these? Okay.
Choose you! Go! There!
126 damage is crazy. Holy shit. These guys are doing some fucking damage, dude.
It's time to scramble! Woohoo! Let's go! Obey my orders!
Bro, how strong are these fuckers? Holy. Holy crap, dude.
Canada wins!
I actually might have to grind some levels here. I really don't want to. There's a jellyfish.
Woohoo! Let's go!
Oh, wow. 300. The damage is crazy.
Obey my orders!
Okay, so the mini Earths are strong as hell, apparently. They have like 500 health. That's more than some of the bosses I was fighting earlier. Why the hell has the game stepped up that much? And the enemies are coming out of fucking nowhere, which isn't helping.
Go get 'em, everyone! It's time to scramble! Come forth!
There we go, nice. Righto.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Bum bum ba-da-da. Okay.
Kudadoo wins!
Some normal enemies. Some normal enemies. Just talking about chill games and how much they overwhelm me sometimes, and this is definitely one of them that has caught me off guard completely.
Scramble, go! There! I choose you!
Pokemon! 200, hey?
That was kinda close, huh?
Dun 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 dun.
Come on out, puppet friends! Woohoo! Let's go! That was kinda close, huh?
Sure, I'm getting close. Oh, fucking hell.
I choose you! Go! Scramble, go! Hey! It all comes down. Woohoo! Let's go! Come on out, puppet friends! That was kinda close, huh?
Why the fuck are they spawning so quick here, dude? Alright, here we go. There we go. Panchea. Huh, what's this? A letter? Oh. My dearest mother. My mother is beautiful, smart, and cool. I heard that 10 years ago my mother traveled with the queen to defeat an evil witch that they could save the king. When I heard what happened, I thought she was amazing. Now, even though she's become vital to the Rose Queen company, she's still super kind and doesn't act all bossy despite her position. I hope to become as admirable as mother's in my future. Mother's the person I'm most proud of, and I love her more than anything. Okay. Not much is really going on there. Just an admission when they were a child. Mother, put the essay back. Now, shall we head back? Yeah, we need to give this Panchea to her so she can get better. Bum ba dum. Ha ha ha! Okay, bro. Phantom Thief Berg is here for the goods. I'll snatch that Rose and Queen fortune so I can fulfill my dream of world domination. Stop right there! That belongs to Mother. Kreia! Seriously? I don't believe she ran off. Let's hurry, it's dangerous for her to be on her own. Yeah. So. Yes. Turn to the entrance. Back to here. You sure you took your time? We decided to come check up on you. Huh, where's Lady Kreia? Did Kreia and Big Cat wants to come this way? What? No, they haven't. Right? Yeah. Did something happen? That was Cat stole Twiligh's treasure chest, so Kreia went after it. What? Could do. We might have ended up on the wrong path. Let's head back down. Yeah, you're right. Isn't that right? I will remain here and keep watch. Okay, thanks. We won't allow a single linger. Hang on. Return to the entrance of Legend Help. Try to exit the dungeon to get a cutscene. Try to take the same path to the dock, and you eventually meet Kreia and Berg. Defeat Berg until I don't know cards. Oh, we might save here. I reckon the game might not do what we want it to do here. You better do what you want to do, or I need it. Hey, Squigs. How you doing, fam? Give that chest back. You don't give up, huh? There must be a huge fortune here if you're that desperate to get it back. The Rose and Queen family is the richest in the kingdom. Get my hands on that money, it's one step closer to world domination. There's no way I'm giving the chest back to you. Haha, I gotta admit that was a pretty good argument. You got it now? It's time for me to leave. What? I won't allow you to take that treasure chest. What a stubborn little brat. I turned bad kids like you into mincemeat. Look out, Kreia! Fuck, okay. Pulls out a gun. Just got a haircut so I feel attacked. I respect it. Bet you're looking fresh though. Why are you here? My darling child's in danger. How could I not act? Now, let's do this. Mummy Hammer. Lady Twilight, you haven't recovered. That's right. You're being reckless, Lady Twilight. Silence. If it's for my daughter's sake, what does that matter? Understood, Lady Twilight. If you insist, then you won't try to stop you. We'll stick with you until the end. Hang on, Kreia. I'll help you right away. Let's fuck 'em up! Enjoy the drive, fam. And drive safe. Holy shit, look at all the enemies. I think it's the last time, obviously, we fight this guy. The AR.
It's delicious.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? How much health does this motherfucker got? He's already had his move. Thank you.
You'll be today's special. Snip, snap.
Bro has like 3,000 health. Holy shit. What is this guy, a super boss?
I'll ground you into hamburger.
There we go. Holy crap, Mirror. I think he actually had like 4,000 health. Destroy them! Are you okay, Kreia? You're not hurt? Why? Why did you help me? Not just today, but you've been helping me out all this time. It's natural for a parent to help their child. I wouldn't mind losing my life for your sake. But I'm not your child. Why would you go so far for a stranger? Silly girl. You're no stranger. We might not be related by blood, but you're my child, Kreia. My only daughter. Mother. Mother! Kreia! That's right. Blood has nothing to do with it. Mother is the one who showed me love and raised me all this time. The time we've spent with one another is filled with true love and affection. What matters is our bond, a connection of hearts. I'm sorry, Mother. And thank you. God damn. Well then, everyone, I'll head to the tutorial and wait for you there. So I think that was a side quest that's actually missable in this game, pretty funny enough. Right, I almost forgot. Here, take this. Acquired Genocide 1000. What's this? I'm sure that's from here on out, an even more difficult adventure awaits you. It will at least be easier if you have that. I think there's a protective charm. Thank you, Mother. Don't be discouraged, Kreia. Always remember to do your best. Kururu, Cello, I ask you to please continue looking after my daughter. I want to be like a Twilight when I grow up. Agreed. I'll definitely follow in Mother's footsteps. Yeah. What's this magic in the air? It's called the power of friendship. Thank you, Kururu, and you too, Cello. If the two of you hadn't cheered me up, damn, the rain's really coming down today. What are you talking about? You know, the always helping me, Kreia. We're friends, aren't we? That's right. Friends help each other out when they need it. Yes, you're right. Well, ready to go? Yes. Kreia has joined the party. Kreia does not have anything equipped. Parent and child, huh? Increases Kreia's attack to 1,000 hit attack. What the fuck? 10 out of 10 game. Would play again. What's going on, fam? How's it been? It's been going. How you been, fam? Feeling towards cello. I don't think it actually unlocked the segments that I need. This might be a problem. Oh no, there it is. Mother's letter. Nope, maybe not. Yeah, good. That's good, fam. I'm glad. Return to the town entrance and speak to the Nyanko to the left and the one to the right, then go to Orange Village. Let's see if this works or not. Damn it. I didn't mean that.
We're invincible!
One of the Shadow of the Beauty fragments was found at Panacotta Meow. Panacotta? And there should be one to the left, apparently. There he is. Let's play, Meow. That's 10,000. Don't get in my way. I'm going to beat the world record. How nice, Meow. I want to play. Okay, cool. I think it's those two. To the left and the one to the right, then go to Orange Village. No, return to the town entrance and speak to Nyanko to the left and the right. Then go to Orange Village. One to the left and to the right at the event. What fucking entrance? Hang on. I need to actually waste my items here, because... Let's defend for this. I just want to see how strong this is. Come on, use Omega. Fuck, he's just gonna use it straight away? No! I wanted to see whether she actually does 1,000 damage.
That was kinda close, huh?
The town entrance. Oh, there's one. One of the Shadow of Beauty fragments was found at Panacotta Meow. Let's head there, Kududu. And then there's one here. Everyone other than Merguli managed to get out, Meow. I wonder if Merguli is dead, Meow. Okay. So those who I want to talk to. And then one to the right. Then go to Orange Village. Enemies are just the same as Act 5, so there's no increase. Speak to the man wearing red clothes. I think certain things won't happen in the game unless you're able to, like... Let's just try this. I just want to see. Well, she doesn't do 1,000 damage then. Hang on. Does she have a special attack? How the fuck does she do that much damage then? Morning, Cheska. Where did she get the machine gun? It's a hidden item in the game.
We're invincible!
Has she just got... I think we'll get rid of that, though. We'll increase her defense instead, I reckon. Yeah, I think we'll do that instead. We'll get rid of the double slap for now. And I'll put the puppets back on her as well while I'm at it. And we'll go Fire Dragon, Mermaid, and Fairy. Right, that'll do. And the man in the red. I heard Oasis has seen a lot of strange oats too. Oasis, huh? Speak to the cat to the left. Oh, yep. I want another drink, Meow. Okay. Talk to the little girl in the shop with a dragon. Oh, hang on. There's another cat in here. We better talk to them just in case it's the other one. This person, hey, hit me with some salmon juice, Meow. I'm not the bartender. Mackerel juice is fine. I'm not the bartender. Right. Then we'll talk to the little girl. A book I read said there's a monster village in the forest up north. If it really exists, I'd love to go there. Okay. Talk to the girl in shop. You won't be able to play the steering contest with the puppet because Kududu won't want to do it because of the cello's present in the party. Well, she just did the face anyway. Okay, she can't do the staring contest. Alright. Return to a Twilight near the airship wood and go to Alligator Valley. Okay. Brother, how far was it? Fucking hell. Oh my fucking god, I've gone too far again, haven't I? Oh! I'm too over leveled for all these fuckers. He's just trying to draw my chibi. Nice. Before Fem. Is it more to the left? To draw another eye, so I'm drawing a wink. That explains a lot of art decisions in this world. Thank you for the like that email. I appreciate it, fam. You enjoy your stream, dude. Oh, because I will not be on camera. Oh, you're drawing a PNG tuber, you mean? With a job like mine, I definitely cannot be on cam. You'd always do that thing where people wear like a mask on stream. People seem to be really into that. I've got a few friends who do it. I love how I like can't find. Oh, there it is. Fuck me dead, dude. Travel all over the kingdom from now on. Feel free to make us use of the Tuscany whenever you need, or wherever you are. Okay, cool. Did you want to head out? Yeah, just set sail. Okay, we'll save real quick. We might make an extra save here, I reckon. Maybe. Nah. God, this is going to take longer than I reckon this is actually going to take fucking longer than we thought, which is not good. I mean, even if I wear a mask, my background would be picked up just easy to slap a picture on. So just easy to slap a... Your background? What? What, your wall? Just give it a fringe over the eye. The fringe over the eye. Dun, 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 dun. And go to Elegant Valley. Oh, wow. Nice. Hey, Nord. Have you gotten to the level where you pick up 11 of the things you need? For this? No, I need to collect 80 things. 80 things. But braids is the hairstyle, so a tad hard to do. Fair enough. Whoops, I didn't mean to caps, but it was too lazy to change. Dun, dun. Wait, okay. Ah, cool. Explore the village and talk to everybody. It's in serious trouble. Who the fuck is... What is this? The evil cat named Berg showed up and kidnapped a bunch of Illingers. Please, you've got to help us. Those pants are awesome. You're like an angel. It's the first time someone said that liked my style, but I'm not sure if I'm happy or depressed. Why the fuck are they so loud, dude? Holy. Dude, I often activate cats when playing games, so no worries. Why are we yelling? Did you bully our siblings? And I said yes. Fucking hell, dude. No. Holy shit. I'm the sacred shroom, protector of the valley. Do you wish to harm us? That's right. No. No, I don't. I'll let you by. Thank you. It's Squiggles. The sacred mushroom. We, in this area, have a bee. Queen bee. A white dragon again. A wind dragon. Boo. And a royal bee. Don't bully the mushrooms. Mushrooms. Find a locked purse. Exit the room and go right. And then right. Oh, wow. So we got the booze and we have the royal bee.
Everyone, lend me your
How
power.
strong are these guys going to be?
Woohoo! Let's go!
Oh, okay. The royal bee is really strong. Interesting.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Oh, nice. Alright, so right again, and then one more right, apparently. Hang on, might be in here. No, maybe not.
You're up. I choose you. Come forth.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
That was kind of close, huh?
Illustration 9. Okay, exit the room and go left till you come across a hole and enter it. Bum bum ba da da da. Okay, these are bees, and that's a queen bee.
Scramble, go! I choose you.
Huh. Nice.
That was scary.
Left. Go left, left, and enter the door. Cross the hole, enter it. Go left and left, and then enter the next door. Okay. These are wind dragons. Nice.
Scramble, go! Come on out, puppet friends! Obey my orders!
Fuck, that's say. There's no way they have more than like 400 health.
Hoodoo wins!
Be insane if they did. That's the Art of Serenity. Go upper right. And continue until you see a hole. Oh no, yeah, I have to, okay. Till you see a hole, enter it and fight Berg. After combat, talk to, okay. Ha ha ha! I'll use all of you's ingredients for my new dish, Elenga Burger. I'll use the money, rake in to rule the world. Lady Nyan Nyan and Master Meow's reign will end. The great Berg will pour his future now. Ha 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 ha! Nobody ever know about my evil plans. Ah, we do. What? You saw right through me? You're no ordinary person. You literally just explained everything yourself. Damn it, eavesdropping is rude. Bad guys have the right to privacy, you know. I'll have to make sure your mouth stays shut. Take the pancakes! The pancakes!
Everyone, lend me your power! Come forth!
It's delicious!
Delicious, nutritious. Bella.
I choose you!
But you can take a nice bite. I mean,
Go get 'em, everyone! Obey my orders!
Here I go!
Come on out, puppet friends! Go get 'em, everyone!
that was a pain menacing the equipment from what I need, and there's 2 items left. Oh, okay, so you're nearly there.
Snip, snap!
Come on out, puppet friends!
Nice, we got him. Let's go!
Hoodoo wins!
Level 43, 44, 37, and 36. Fairy is now 43. Cool. I won't forget this.
Idiot!
Thanks for your help any longer, and I didn't be a hamburger. You're the hero of the valley. That was a close one. And thank you, hero. Okay, so very quickly, we are looking for a white dragon. So, wind dragon. Shit, do we really not have the white dragon yet? I don't have the white dragon. Fuck, we're gonna have to stay here until we get it. That sucks. Queen bee. We have the queen bee, the royal bee. Okay, the white dragon we don't have yet. So this may take a while. In other words, let's try to find our way out first, and then we'll worry about that though. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Future me quests are gone to bed now. Good luck hunting me. I appreciate you, fam. You have a good night's sleep, my friend.
Everyone, lend me your power.
Sleep well.
Come forth.
Nice.
That was a close one.
I reckon we don't have anything equipped on Old Mate right now. I could be wrong though. No, I didn't think so. Do some of the other ones have it? Hang on. What's the other one we're using? The fox. Let's save real quick. Night, Zophie. Cheska, not me. Dun 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 dun.
Scramble, go!
You thought it was weird?
Scramble.
Da-da-da-da-da.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Bun, dun, dun, dun. Is it right or left? Left. Let the power flow into you. Oh, this is it here. Oh my god, this thing is fucking interesting. I think he's going to be pretty strong too, so we might as well just go all out.
Everyone, lend me your power.
White dragon!
Scramble, go! That was kind of close, huh?
Can I use a clip from a game as a redeem? Is it legal? Can I use a clip from a game as a redeem? Can I use a clip from a game? What do you mean? Clip as in sound. Oh, Diablo. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing, like, yeah, pretty much all games are. So the only thing, there's only one gaming company you don't fuck with, though. And that's Nintendo. Nah, they're smoking crack. Don't worry about it. The best way to, like, know is literally, like, if you ever get worried and you ever get stressed, like, I'm going to get sued or something like that, all you have to do is literally hop into, like, iShowSpeed or, like, Soda Pop in the stream and just watch how much copyright shit's in there. And they don't give a flying fuck. If they don't give a flying fuck, then they ain't going to touch you. I'll tell you right now. But most games, pretty much all games, are pretty much are free to use. Like, all gaming is. Most music, funny enough, from games are also free of use as well. A lot of people don't know this, but, like, the entire Persona series actually has copyright-free music. Like, the whole series. You'll notice in some YouTube videos, people use Persona 5 music in their background. It's insane because it's just copyright free. But most games actually generally have copyright free music. There's only a few, like 1 or 2 songs in the game, and even then they'll just mute it if they're not happy with it. Like, they're not gonna, like, flag you for it. But no matter what it is, whether it's images, sounds, even playing, like, I don't even play Nintendo games. It's exactly why I don't play Nintendo games. I don't fuck with Nintendo, pretty much. Like, they're just not worth my time. There was a time a few years ago, I don't know if everyone remembers, where they were just copywriting and getting rid of people's Twitch and YouTube accounts. It's because they streamed Nintendo games.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
And just flagged them. And they're fucking insane. Like, Nintendo is really fun, and, like, I have a Switch 2 and a Switch 1, and I loved playing on it. I played a few games, but, like, it's just not worth the risk streaming it. When I hit the first affiliate, I'm drawing army things, and on my channel point is my first game is Near Gestalt. Sounds good. When I hit the first affiliate, I'm drawing army things, and my channel points in my first game is Near Gestalt. Oh, so you're gonna make it like a redeem to, like, play the game? Nintendo did something? It's still there, No, it's just, I was just talking about how, like, fucking touchy they are on using anything that they own. They just crack the shit so quickly and heavily for no fucking reason. No, my points will be near themed. Oh, there'll be sound alerts, like near sound alerts. Aim to offset the KCD. I'll do Grand Bazaar farming game. Man, you really are obsessed with Kingdom Come Deliverance too. You must be keen on the new game they're doing. You're redeeming Lunateers and crashing the Lunateer economy. I respect it. What new game? They're working on KCD 3 right now. Did you not know about that? They released the last DLC pack they've done is the last thing they're doing with KCD 2. And they're working on the new game already. They've been working on it since the start of the year, apparently. They are. That's the last DLC they did is the last update they're doing for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's it. They're done with the game. They started working on the new game this year at the start of the year. Not KCD 3. I think it's Kingdom Come Deliverance 3. I remember someone saying it recently. I'm telling you. Some wild stuff. Did you see the new Life is Strange game got announced as well, Cheska? I'm sure you heard about that, right? Hans and Henry's story is done. There's always, like, they can always just make new stories, though. To be the best game ever made. What the fuck do you mean you're retconning the end of the first one? I think that's the idea, isn't it? I mean, the game is built on different universes. That's the point, I guess. To be the best game ever made. That price, is that AUD? Okay. So, again, I'm going to stand my ground here. People who complain on Twitch, it's always insane to me, people who complain about game prices on Twitch, because they're never Australians, but us Australians get fucked the most. I'll put it into perspective. But we never seem to complain, but everyone else seems to, like, lose their shit. That is the base game of the game. But I'll try find something. Like, Code Vein 2, that's 130, sorry. Where is it? I'll try find something. Oh, literally this. This is 123 AUD. This Dragon Quest game. And I think the most expensive I've seen, off the top of my head, though recently, there's been some bad ones. Oh, look, there's a new Styx game. Holy fuck, when the fuck did they announce that? Ooh. Touches on the first one, so like confirm the ending of one is canon. Yeah, pretty much. That's what email was hinting at a while ago. I think it got spoiled for them. Oh, AUD, I thought it was USD. If you translate it into USD, it's more expensive still here. Our games are more expensive than most people. So, like, I think, like, the difference between, like, us and USD is insane right now. I think it's double. So, like, this game would be... Hang on, I'll try to find something. We'll go Ride 6, the deluxe edition. This would be like probably 55 USD. But for us, it's 130 AUD. So it's like double, in other words. Your government hates games, bruh. They do. They can't stand the gaming. They hate gaming with a passion. Our currency is also currently in the mud, which doesn't help. I think right now we're like 48% of USD currency currently. I'm gonna find. Oh no, we're up to 68 cents again. That's not too bad. Holy shit, thank fuck for that. Holy crap, we were in the mud earlier this year. I'm so glad. Oh. We were really bad this year, but we've dropped so low. And the worst part is, like, a few years ago... No, not even 2 years ago, we were 90 cents to the dollar. And now we're fucking literally like 60 cents to the dollar. We get our cheeks absolutely spread into next year at the moment with our money. Converted it, that is definitely way too freaking high. It's way, our games are way more expensive than any other country you're ever gonna like ever see. The only other country that is more expensive is New Zealand, which is funny. Hey B. Our country is one of the most expensive in the world for gaming because we're one of the only countries that taxes games for everything. Like PC parts get taxed to the fucking to the next century. Games do, consoles do. They all get taxed to the fucking like to the nether realm and back. So like all of our games are worth a fortune. On average, like most games and like anything I buy usually will cost me 10 to 20 USD extra. And it's more expensive, and like the insane part is now is that like it's more expensive to buy things digitally than physically in Australia. The wildest one I've seen recently is this one. It's Silent Hill F, which is 130 AUD in Australia. And I can get it for physically. I think I saw it for $90 the other day. Yeah, I can get it for $95. which is crazy. PSN prices are a bit cheaper. That's bullshit. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's how Australia's going. Basically, they're just pushing against it. Australians really our government does actually hate games like full on. we invented the R rating and stuff like that, and we're pretty infamous for banning games when we don't need to ban games. We're probably one of the most like this for this game, for instance. Actually, this is bullshit. By the way, Australia tried to get this game banned, and they only rated it fucking MA after everything. Fucking hell, dude. This is so stupid. Actually, how the fuck did we rate this MA after all that crap? Why did I only just notice that? I hate my country sometimes, dude. Dumbest fucking country, dude. And, actually, the wildest thing, I'm just going on a fucking rant now, but this is stupid. Our rating system is the dumbest piece of shit in the, ever. I nearly lost my shit and nearly crashed out the other week. But I bought my dad this game for Christmas. Cricket 26. It's fucking M-rated. It's a cricket game. M-rated means you need to be 15 to purchase the fucking game in Australia. So my brother, who is literally, he's fucking 12, can't buy a cricket game. A cricket game. He's 12. There's no violence. There's not even any online. There's no, and it says as well, I think it says, yeah, purchases, in-game purchases, and online interactivity and chat. No one plays online on cricket. There is no loot boxes in cricket at a fucking cricket game either. Who the fuck buys no one buys in-game. What in-game purchase there's fucking nothing. It's a fucking cricket game. And literally, if they're gonna have a problem with it, just fucking remove it. But it's so stupid, dude. Because FIFA also has an M rating, which is also dumb as fuck as well. Because their biggest argument is, kids can't do this anymore because of the new 16 laws, right? If they have an actual PSN account, it won't allow them to... They can't have a PlayStation account. They can't have a PlayStation account to play FIFA. And they can't have it to play online at all. So you need to be 16 to play online in Australia now, with the new PSN and 16-year-old laws. So they can't even buy the fucking, they can't play any of the online. So why the fuck is it still M-rated? It's a sports game. And the dumbest part about all of this, Australia is a cricket country. I am crashing out. This is a fucking Australian-made game. So who the fuck's going to buy this game but Australians? No one. But if a kid can't buy the fucking game, why the fuck would you buy they're shooting themselves in the foot. Australia makes absolutely fuck all games, by the way, too. And our gaming industry, sucks compared to everywhere else. And we're doing this, bro. So stupid, man. Anyway, rant over, I apologize. My country makes me want to lose my mind. Fuck me. So stupid, dude. I haven't even played. Cricket games are there's no violence or anything. It's a cricket game. I just don't understand. It's so stupid, dude. Dude. This game's 100 gig too, which is dumb as fuck, by the way. What the fuck? Why does a cricket game need to be 92 gig? Jesus Christ, got worse optimization than anything I've ever seen. This game looks absolutely atrocious too. This thing looks like it fucking came out 10 years ago. It looks atrocious, dude. This literally looks like FIFA 10. FIFA 10 actually had better graphics than this. This looks shit. I know it doesn't look that shit, but I'm telling you right now, every other sports game in the world has better graphics than this. 10 years ago. It looks like a fucking PS3 game. Anyway. I'm the motherfucker that spent $100 on it for my dad, so I'm the dumbass. But anyway, I do apologize for the crash out there. You haven't even played cricket before? It's like the actual sport or just the game? I'm guessing the sport. Cricket's really big in Australia. It's like it's probably our third biggest sport, I would say. You'd go AFL, rugby, cricket, then tennis, I would say, would be the top 4 in Australia. And then maybe hockey, and then football. Oh, and basketball. But basketball isn't that big in some states either. So maybe basketball is probably like 4th or 5th though. Football's pretty low. I don't know many people that actually play football. I could probably name like maybe 3 people I know who've played football ever. Internet crashed as well, damn. Oofed. Anyway, I apologize for the crash out there, guys. I fucking lost my mind just then. The Silent Hill F1, by the way, I don't know if anyone remembers that, but like when they were trying to release it in Australia were trying to ban the game and get the developers to change the game because it's too violent and some of the scenes are too crude and they just shouldn't be released. And then like they rated it MA in the end. It's not even R rated. Fucking hell, dude. GTA exists, bro. We banned GTA in Australia for like a little bit. GTA was like one of the first R-rated games in Australia. We banned... What else did we ban? We banned Saints Row. South Park: The Stick of Truth was also banned. Just I'm trying to think of like some AAA games. We've banned a lot of games. What else is banned? What's it called? Schedule 1 is banned in Australia still as well. As of right now. Deadpool, I think, got banned in Australia as well. No clue why. That got banned for a little bit. So there's like little to no like copies of it. But that game's just banned everywhere now pretty much. Or like deranged. Anyway, again, I do apologize, guys. I just crashed the fuck out there. So stupid. My country is so painful sometimes. It just makes me so upset. It's already hard enough to find people who play games in Australia because we're such a sport and active, like, oriented, like, country. Like, I really do mean that. Like, out of all my friends, well, I could say, like, out of 100 people I know, or just off the top of my head, I would say, like, maybe 10 of them play games, maybe, if I'm lucky. And like, 5 of those 10 will play once every 2 weeks, at most. Like, it's very uncommon to play games in Australia. So, and then with, like, these new laws and stuff, there's going to be even less kids, like, playing games, so the future generations is just going to be, like, no people interested in games at all. Ban the ability to ban games? Ugh. We came up with the ability to ban games. The pain. This is the house, the upper right of the village, to get Latium. Nice. Do we need to talk to everyone again?
Eddie.
Visit the shop in Elliot Village to purchase some accessories. Enter the Fightberg. Talk to Elliot in the next dungeon. Visit the shop in Elliot Village to purchase some accessories and jewels.
Eddie.
I need this apparently. Mystery Jewel unknown to effect. Doubles Puppet XP gain. That's insane. I think I have the rest of these actually, funny enough. Prevents ailments with 100% chance. Sterile suits. That is a bit sus, but anyway. Trees and jewels like lithium. Visit the house to the upper right of the village to get lithium. After the return to the ship and go to Panacotta. Alright. Anyway, again, I do apologize, guys, for crashing the fuck out there. Alright, let's go to the next one. Are the mushroom voice acted while humans aren't? Yes, actually, they are the first people to be voice acted in some way, shape, or form, which is very strange. Alright, so I will say that's a valid trash out. I appreciate it. I do appreciate that. It makes me feel a little bit better about it. Explore the town. There's a shop where you can purchase the Gladium. You get one for free later. Oh, well, we don't need it then. In the upper right part of the town. Okay. Oh wow, that's good. Efficient purse. Oh, we can sell stuff. I did not know that. I need everything in the game though, I believe, which doesn't help. In the upper right part of town, on the second floor, go to the Flying Garden. Move, bro! Huh. Heading to the Flying Garden. Yeah, I've got shoutouts working. That's good, fam. What else would you say essential? Not shoutouts. Fuck everybody. Sorry. God, the music's so fucking loud, dude. And Kuro. It's on 20% in this game, and it's still so loud at times. I would just wait and see what you think. Like, you'll come up with stuff as you go along. The only other thing, obviously, is just alerts. Alerts are important for the follow and stuff like that. But apart from that, nothing else, really. I don't really have that, like, I have a lot of commands now, I guess, but I don't actually use them. I have, like, the auto commands where they throw nonsense in every fucking, 100 lines of, like, talking. But that's about it, really. I'm not, like, the biggest person on commands. People get really into it. Minx gets really into it. Minx has, like, I think, like, 60 commands or something crazy. Just, like, insane shit. Got basic stream element alerts. Yeah. No, they're fine. Like, basic stuff just works fine. You don't need anything insane anyway. Sure, oh, damn. But yeah. You don't really need, like, anything insane in my opinion, anyway. I don't think it's that deep. But people tend to get really into it. But I think you just, like, learn as you go. That's the biggest thing about streaming. You just learn as you go. Let's see and go. Meet Crowdia, go right again until you reach a curvy road. Crowdia will join you and go right until there is another cutscene into the cave. Right, back to my chibi drawing and starting Be Right Back screen. Pretending I don't have meetings today. Lol. Asian is said to be the last frontier of Kingdom of Mars. Jungle has existed far before our kingdom's time. Wow. I can't believe there's a place like this here. Suddenly it feels like a travel so far.
Enjoyed featuring just redeemed Dr. Dan's party.
Pretending I don't have meetings today. Commands. I was supposed to create my own commands by programming, but I'm stuck with work to starting on it. Really sucks. What kind of commands do you want though, Spicy? We doing streamer tips. How become sex god like Purge? You don't. That's the trick. There's no such thing. It's a myth. You really need time to, like, do the background stuff for Twitch. You really need to fucking put a lot of time into it. It's a bastard. With some stuff, it honestly, like, takes me, like, 6 to 8 hours doing it to fix some stuff. It's annoying as hell. That's why I don't actually change my alerts too often. Because, like, the whole system of setting it up, finding the right one, adjusting where they look, just takes so fucking long. I'm not worthy. I had things planned out back then, but I forgot now. Fair enough. What do you mean we live in a different world? Is it because I'm royalty? That doesn't matter where. We're friends now, aren't we? The only thing I was going to do was going to get a cock check counter. That I was going to try and do for a while. But I ended up not doing it in the end. I couldn't figure out how to get it. Basically, I got it to an extent to work, but because I made it into a sound alert, it's harder to do. To get it to, like, count it properly. With building a city, you just start with basis and keep adding into it slowly over time. Yeah. The only thing is, sometimes you can add too much as well. I'm sure that Cello doesn't went all about his circumstances. Sorry, Cello. You never to really talk about yourself, just kind of ended up. Good, I'm sure he'll confide. It's like building a city, you just start with it. Rome wasn't built in a minute. No, but it's built by wolves. We meet again, kittens, looking for something. Crowdia, that's right. I figured you'd still be alive. Nothing surprises me. Did you forget already? You didn't remember to call me beautiful. Okay, what are you doing here, beautiful? The same all of you, of course, looking for the pieces, the Shadow Beauty. I hate to break it to you, but I'll be the one claiming that. Ha ha ha, will things go according to your plan? Who goes there? Behold, feast your eyes on my rockin' bod. Great, another pain in the neck. Why are you here, Fun? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to claim the Shadow of Beauty. Not that it matters, but could you stop posing all the time? Your disgusting muscles on display make me sick. Disgusting? How dare you? You don't comprehend the beauty of my gains? This is your typical conversation with a gym rat. What do you think, Kreia? He does have a point, ironically. That muscle mass creates a sharp image when paired with his broad back. How unfortunate his right left dorsal is like. What the fuck? I wasn't asking about that. They're both always bragging about their looks, but they don't even try to understand each other. Wait, they don't even try to understand... Is that what I've been doing? I wanted to get to know Cello, but I've been tried... Oh my god, bro. There's no deeper meaning! Ta-da! I'm here to experiment... assist you. Oh, they switched bodies. Lol. I've done some alerts, but I'm not sure if they even work since no one has used them yet. Have you tested them? Assist us. Own Yan Yan. Always so silly. Nothing's changed. Besides, Fun, don't you think it's time we decided who's the actual beauty? Yeah, Claudia. That sounds just... Huh? Isn't something off? Gah! This isn't my body. I've become a woman. I want my muscles back. I'm a man. The muscles, the parts. Turn me back. Oh my, this is certainly interesting, isn't it? Let's go after them. We have to get the Shadow Beauty before they do. Sorry, Ariel. Yeah, I tested some of it and it worked. I may want to test some more to be sure. I mean, if it shows up on your OBS after testing it should be fine. It's hard to tell from the appearance, but Fun and Crow are the same race. Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Holy fuck! What the fuck is this thing? Brother came out of the woodwork. Yo, Jeb, what's going on, fam? How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I'll use them next stream. Lol, what? Brother's all powerful. He just one-tapped my boy as well. Holy crap, dude. Doing great, how are you? Apart from this thing spreading my cheeks, I'm not too bad, fam. Not too bad. Glad to hear you're doing great, though.
Everyone, lend me your power!
Holy crap, the damage is insane. Leviathan!
Come on out, puppet friends! Scramble, go!
Why does this guy have so much health, bro? He's doing so much fucking damage. If anyone's wondering, this is a normal enemy. Brother's built like a brick shit house, and he's just like, yeah, bro. Isn't this a random encounter? Yeah, it's just a normal enemy. It's not even a boss. He's got like over 1,000 health, which is insane. I think he might be I reckon he might have 2k health actually. They get heal drain, but what about terror heal drain and so on? What about terror heal drain and so on? I mean, it can work, yeah. I'm gonna die here.
It's time to scramble.
Holy fuck, dude. That is ridiculous. He had over 2,000 health, I'm pretty sure. For a normal enemy. The average enemy, just to put it in perspective, has around 250 currently. And he had 2,000. And that's just a random encounter. Like, that's not even like a fucking... Didn't even give me enough XP to, like, level up either. Wait, which way do I go? Can you escape that fight? I can attempt to, but my agility isn't high enough, I don't think. And against an opponent that has, like, around the same level as me, or is just as powerful, you can't escape. But there's a chance of it happening at the start of the fight more than later on.
Come on out, puppet friends. You're up.
Oh, did Minx's stream crash?
What a relief.
You're shouting yourself out, Spicy. I like Crowdia. Oh, if only I had my wings, I could simply fly there. My beautiful wings, where have you gone? Is she okay? Looks like she's not handling it well. Of course she's not. She was forced to switch bodies with someone else. And had to the guy she hates. No wonder she's sad. If you don't mind, would you like to come with us? Kriya! Perhaps we could find a way to return you to your own body. In exchange, would you be willing to relinquish the Shadow of Beauty to us? You saw? I did. She needs a Red Bull? What are you doing, Kreia? She's one of the Majoli's lackeys. There's no way she'd... Very well. See? Wait, what? You're okay with that? Of course I am. It's splendid. What a wonderful suggestion. Oh, little lady, you're an angel come to life. How nice of you to say. As long as I can return to my former beauty, the Shadow of the Beauty is nothing to me. Crowdy has joined the party. Okay, so I'm guessing that's why... I'm going to go ahead and guess... That is why the boss was so hard, because there's a fourth member that's just jumped in. Okay, and I'm higher. I'm 5 levels higher than this motherfucker. How? Okay, and she can't use any of the puppets. We're gonna save real quick. I would love a Red Bull right now, though. I'm not gonna lie. So the King of Beasts is actually a rare enemy, and we got it first try, which is pretty insane, by the way. Pretty happy with that. Apparently it's like extremely hard to get. I hate energy drinks, bruh. It makes my anxiety shoot up and my body burns up. See, my anxiety actually shoots up if I don't have energy drinks. I'm the opposite.
I choose you.
I respect it though.
We're invincible.
Wait, we haven't gotten an Inkiro yet, actually. It's an enemy we've missed. What? What's with the boulder? This is quite troublesome. We'll have to do something about it. Move on. Ugh, didn't work, huh? What do we do? What are you looking at? Since you're in Fonfon's body, can't you just shatter this with your bare hands? Bare hands! I'm an elegant swordsman. How could I be so crude? You can either do it, or stay stuck in the body. Which do you prefer? I suppose I could... Ah! Whoa, that was amazing. This is a shock indeed. I'd never thought that fool could bring me this strong. Even the ugly body can prove to be useful, I guess. I can sleep right through them. They're just sodas for me, luckily. I'm really sensitive to it. It's just like anything, you gotta get used to it. You know? Here we go. These are slush rooms. They allow shops so close to schools. I would always be by renters drinks before school, so I think I built quite the tolerance to do it as a child. It's that good shit. I think it just builds personality. Here we go. There's some werewolves that I needed. Builds personality at 15? Yeah.
Go get him, everyone!
I think so.
Kudadoo wins!
My work is located in the middle of two schools. It sucks. Recess time is so crowded. Oof, that sounds rough. Alright, so we need an Unkudo. Whoop, I went left by accident. Oh, here we go. Wait, what the fuck is that? No, these aren't the enemies I want. Hang on. What are they again? Venom Toad. And a mushroom. Mushroom! The hate for children is very strong on Twitch. It always impresses me.
That was easy, right, Koodaroo?
How dare you! It's currently the only part of work that makes me not like my job. I didn't even like kids when I was a kid. That's what I mean, though. Twitch is full of people that don't like kids. Like, seriously. I don't think I've really met anyone on here that likes kids. On Twitch. I'm trying to genuinely think. Hey, Rocky. Even parents on Twitch, even parents on Twitch don't like other kids, they just like their kids. They're like, my kid's really cool. Fuck everybody else. My nephew's obnoxious, so I hate kids. Oh, here we go. Anquiero. Anquiero.
Go get 'em, everyone!
But rando kids, nope.
I choose you!
I've got a mini Thunder.
That was kinda close, huh?
Thunder Dragon. Mushroom. Oh, we got the mushroom, didn't we? And we got the Venom Toad as well. Nice. I went on a cruise, there was kids, and I absolutely adored them. You know, that couldn't just not be a one-off thing, you know. Most kids just could be, not as bad as people think. I truly love to hate any kid's guts. Yep, that sounds about right. I think I'll talk about it on... It'll be a touchy subject, but I'll probably talk about it on the podcast. If we ever end up getting to it. It's funny, too, because the two people in doing the podcast with me both don't like kids either, so... So it'll be interesting. Up wings and go right into the first hole you see. Podcast? I didn't say podcast. Did you say podcast? We got the Thunder Dragon and the Mini Thunder. There's only certain ages of kids I like. I heard podcasts. We are doing a podcast at some point. I've done one before as well.
Koodaroo wins!
Do you sign people's puppets? Yes. Yes, I do. Not everybody can, the cello can't wear too many puppets. And stuff like that, so I don't get to pick them all. But majority of them I do. Toddlers can be cute sometimes. I like teens can go fuck themselves, or kids and babies are cute. No,
That's kinda close, huh?
no, fuck me, man. There should be a study on this. It's Red Team 15. Puppet skills cost money. Yes, yes. Has it been a while since you played this game, Rocky? Yeah. So, like, the currency of the game is everything. So, like, is your magic, is what you buy stuff with what abilities you do. Pretty much everything. Your currency is, like, the most important thing in the game, pretty much. It does it all. There's only two things you can do. Even some attacks, I believe, like normal attacks, will cost money. But majority... Oh, you not played this game, only the first one. Ah! I didn't know that, sorry. Actually, you did say that the other week, sorry. I was really out of it last week, I think, when I was talking to you about it. Yeah, so just normal attacks, but even sometimes they will use money as well. And then the reward attacks, which you build up over time, and they work like summonings, basically, are the only two ways. You pretty much just need to grind the fuck out of the game, though, to basically get as much money as you can. There's a few items in late game that can increase the amount of money you get, but it's not really worth it in the end. But yeah, you choose the puppets, but there's legendary puppets that only Kururu can use, the main protagonist. Kreia can use all puppets except for the legendary ones. Yeah, and the majority of the other people can't use puppets at all. Some of them can. It's got something to do with their heart or something, I believe. Yeah. Exit the room, go right, climb the stairs, go left, and then you reach way to path. Okay. Is there one called Shart? No, I don't think so. Not yet, I don't think. Oh, that's a good kid. I only had a little kid at work call me cute. I liked him, lol. Pays a compliment. Yes. You're okay. You're not too bad. I guess some kids are alright, right? Wait, I thought it was Rocky who redeemed this game. Yeah, Rocky did redeem this game.
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Yes, there you go, Shartae. Sorry, I haven't used her since the start of the game. There you go. Sadly, they're not as powerful in late game. You really do have to actually change your puppets, because they're nowhere near as powerful. Like, even Terra, who is, like, higher leveled than Chiba, is a worse character. But is higher leveled by a fair bit, so it's like, you need to use the newest puppets or you fall behind. I mean, you could grind it out, but... Is the collection available in your country, by the way, Rocky? It is available on certain Steams in certain countries, but not all of them. I don't know if you knew that or not. Leviathan! You don't feel Philippines at all. Certain countries have it, and some don't.
I choose you.
This game actually... This game
Comes down to
This game is funny. So this one, I believe, there's a lot of jokes. There's a lot of jokes in this game that are just, like, quite crude at times. So I believe with this one, funny enough, so when Rocky originally redeemed this game, or was talking about this game, you couldn't buy it. Because it was removed from the PlayStation Store. And then they brought it back, and then they removed it again, and then they brought it back again, and then I found a physical copy of it. So the game gets removed quite a lot, because I believe it's some of the jokes inside of it aren't, like, you know. But anyway. With Chocobo Racing, nice. Me and Rocky's in the same country, so I'm curious where you learned it. Hell yeah. Chocobo Racing. There's a new Chocobo Racing game that I heard's not too bad, actually. Oh. Go left and enter a hole you find. Toritium. Not kosher. Never had the PS console, so didn't play the others. Fair enough. Well, So this game didn't release in Australia or anywhere in the West in the world. Any of these three games. So the first game didn't release anywhere in the world, and then neither did the other two games anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the West. So anywhere in Australia didn't have this game, the first three games, and then neither did the US. And parts of Europe didn't either. Japan, obviously, it dropped, and then there were parts of like Asia that got it apparently, and that's about it. Apparently, it's extremely well known and renowned in parts of Asia. Like, is highly regarded by a lot of people. I met someone the other day who'd played it. Who was I talking to? Samich, who usually plays with Ollie, knew the game and played it when they were younger. Played all 3 games and said it was amazing. Fujimura Racing was the base game in FF with the spin-offs. Goddamn, dude, imagine. It's rare then. Goddamn. Yeah, not many people have played it at all. I don't know anyone who owns the game. Exit the room, go right. Ba-da-ba-da-da.
Woohoo! Let's go! It's time to scramble! We're invincible!
I'm excited for my physical copy. Whenever fucking that's gonna come, honestly. Jesus, man. I ordered that game so long ago. Amazon's been absolutely shocking recently. I think it said right, didn't it? Take the left one. Oh. Enter the cave and chests. I am uploading the VODs, by the way, as well, Rocky. Room and go left. Puppets like summons? Yes, in this game, yeah. Seems similar to Golden Sun then. I remember you saying that. I've never played Golden Sun, but I've always heard really good things about it. Someone said that about Live Alive as well, actually.
I choose you! I rip the weak!
Do-do-do. Oh, there's nothing in there. Rosario. Alrighty. Here's another boss, apparently. Fuck me dead. One of the best RPGs ever. Okay. I'll eventually try it. I think I looked into it a while ago and I couldn't get anything. Are you challenging me? Not available on PSN though. No trophies. Yeah. I looked a while ago. With the power of Pancake on my side, you don't stand a chance.
Here I go! I choose you! Come forth!
Go ahead! Stare at my beautiful body all you want!
Hang on. Okay. Oh, okay.
at my beautiful body all you want.
Interesting boss. So normal attacks don't work. It looks like it's special and rewards.
Secret technique.
Is it because he's flying? No.
I'm still on my journey.
No. JRPGs weren't
It all comes down to taking the initiative.
went that ahead at this time. Like, if you know what I mean. I wish though. It's just they just randomly decided that basically, I'm guessing. I'm telling Chimera Cornet helped me back out when I was a puppet. Looks like it's time to pay her back. Hold on a sec. I'm playing your horn for the egg. It should help you out on your journey. I said I'm a god of time, but I'm still training. I'm sure things will get rough, but don't give up. Thank you. You fixed the mic in the push of a button? Did you do it on purpose? Fix the mic? What mic? It seemed peaking for me, but it stopped when you did something. Maybe it's speakers at work though. I don't know. Not quite sure actually. Probably just the way I'm talking. Anyway, that's a new puppet. We're gonna equip as well. They'll replace Billy. Go right. Should actually need this. Go right and right into the cave. Second cup of second cup of coffee hitting. Would love a coffee right now, to be fair. Oh yeah, he's powerful.
We're invincible.
I had a funny feeling. The eggs are usually broken in this game. That's what I've seen so far. We're gonna enter the other cave, into the first cave, and it is Smelly Helm. There we go. Go right, right, climb the stairs, and enter the first hole.
Scramble, go! There! It all comes down to taking the...
Exit, go right. Up. Vibing to the music instrument work. Got a pretty good got pretty good BGM actually. In this game, not gonna lie.
Scramble, go! I beg your pardon? What a...
First room, and it's a smell elixir. Lol. Go left and past the statue.
I rid the weak.
Telling you right now, I don't think we're going to finish this game tonight the way I'm going. This is not good. I'm not making a dent in this game at all. This game is way longer than 15 hours. This is not good so far. Oh, wow. Right, let's see the lead cave into the tower. And teleporter. Nice. I can't, dude. This game is so big, dude. You're okay, Chi. Dude, this game is just so big, dude. It's just massive. Like, I just can't. It's actually insane. This game's way longer than anyone has said online at all. Like, even come close to it. I'm easily going to hit 20 hours today, and the 100% for this game is supposed to take 15. And the normal base game should take 12. But I think that's a load of shit. We've been playing this chapter for like nearly 2 hours. And I'm in part 1 currently. You did say there's not guides. There are guides. Like there's like the base, like the like there's a PS1, the PSN one here. This one here, which it says 30, 1 playthrough as well. 4 out of 10. The second game, I've been told Rhapsody 3 is longer as well. I've been told Rhapsody 3 is actually longer and harder than the second game. Which is insane to me. What's the estimated for the third game? Nah. I can't, dude. 25 23 hours for the main game, apparently. For beating the game, and like 27 to 28 for 100%, apparently. Probably a week and a half or two. Don't say that, man. You're killing my confidence. uh...
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
I didn't mean to. You don't need to. I'm just joking, dude. Don't stress. I'm not being serious. Oh, man. I'm just a little frustrated. Just a little frustrated. Much love to you. It's alright, fam. The game's just going to take a lot longer to beat than it should have. This actually could end up being nearly 60 hours to beat this game. Which is insane. Alright, I'm going to go get some water real quick, guys, while this goes on. Ah, damn. Yeah. It's not that I'm not enjoying it, but, like, this is just not what I expected to be doing for this long. Fish. Yes, the fish are back. The fish are back in town. Hey, boys. I got sound if you want to rant. I'm just working on stuff in the background. You're alright, fam. It's nearly been 5 minutes. Another minute, and then we gotta switch it back. Oh, it shouted you out again. Double shout out, I guess. Nice. Take it. Take it. The game's going to take me a lot longer to beat now. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to... Ugh. Just contemplating life over here, man. I was supposed to start the alphabet challenge on Saturday this week, and I'm not going to be able to now. Alright, that is all there is for the fish. Brought to you by Mink's Fish Break. I'm going to make some chicken sauce with cream, chicken spice garlic, and have rice on the side. That sounds good. Alright, we need, in this area, we have a white dragon, we have the queen bee, the boo we've got, the royal queen we've got, and the wind dragon, and the bee wins, right? Queen bee, bee, white dragon, wind dragon, boy, royal bird, okay. White dragon, boo, earth as well. We have all these. Contemplating life, nothing wrong with that. Ugh, man. I got a really long day at work tomorrow, and I'm just like so annoyed when I try to sleep. I hate sleep, dude. I wish it never existed. Alright, we don't need to do a single one of these battles. Ha ha ha, you certainly took your time, didn't you, Crowdy? Fun, fun. Three's chicken wings are yours. Do come in handy. It was a cinch to get here. Give me back my body. Isn't that my line? Once I find the Shadow Beauty, you will return my body to me. Ha ha ha. See you around. Go to the first top door. Okay. Into the first door. Oh shit, white dragons. Brother, get the fuck out of the way. That's 9,000 Antonium. Cool. Exit the room, go to the third room. Smelixer and Bomber. Exit the room and go back to the entrance. Go to the right and find a hidden chest containing efficient purse. Wait, what? Okay. Bless you. Oh, nice. Efficient purse. Turn to the dungeon entrance and go to the second path to the right. I believe I'm way too high leveled for like a lot of these guys, so they pretty much just can't attack me now. Go to the first door and get a healing tank M. What? Wasn't there not one in this one? I'll go to the third room. Fucking hell. $5,000 Antonium. Dun, 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 dun. Let's heal real quick. Ooh, okay, upper right. Exit room, go to the side of the fourth door and go upper right, climb the stairs and into the door. Second door to the left. These fucking stupid ass cats are so in the fucking way. I get the idea of it, but holy man. Move, bro! Let me fight you at least. Oh my god, it didn't work. Hang on. Would you do Tiny Teams 1 if one guy says 50 and that says 75? It's okay if you say no. 75 is the 100%. 50 is on stream. I own the game, and you can actually do it for cheaper if you would like. Funny enough. How much did you spend on it? Holy Charm and Hightailer. You'll find Holy Team, Hightailer Z, and Holy Charm next to the room. Oh, there's one here. I actually own the game, funny enough, B. 100k channel points. Yeah, so it was... I still have you here, actually. I can actually redeem that, and you literally just need to redeem it for 75k if you'd like. And it's a physical backlog game, funny enough. But yeah, I would just do the DLC off stream. Rokoi owns it. Oh, Rokoi owns a copy as well. We own 2 copies of it. We found a magic hand. Exit the room, go down and go to the upper right and into the path you see to enter the boss room. Oh, there's a boss room? Right up here. Oof. Okay. So I got a gist. I'll redeem if works, of course. So I'll just refund you the channel points, and you just redeem it for 75k. Lady Kuro will be so pleased with me. What should I ask for in return? But first things first. Ripped Uncle Phil. For real? You'll be returning my body to me. You will be destroyed! There you go. Tiny Tina's Wonderland. Alright, sounds good. Have you played it before, B?
Obey my orders.
You're saying DLC, but not sure. I will just do the DLC off stream. Yeah. Majority of the time, I don't tell... Unless the DLC is really pivotal, or they want me to play it on stream, I tend to not actually...
My undulating muscles.
I tend to not make people worry about it. Sounds good. Yeah. How can I coerce you into putting a farming game on the list? It has achievements and all. You mean trophies? And you mean farming simulator? You redeem it. Banana's only done it a few times. But always pulls out at the last second.
Come on,
If I make a character and able to keep up with you, I can hop on sometimes. Well, if you'd like, I can just make it a dedicated game to play with you if you'd like.
We're invincible!
Like, we could just do the story, and then I can do the other grinding off stream. No, not Farming Simulator? Then what game? Yeah. Well, I'm happy to do that. I'll just, like, we can just do dedicated sessions. It doesn't worry me. Now I can just do the end game, like, grind off stream. And if we come up to, like, a boss that's fucked up, then we can just grind in our own time if you'd like. And I'm happy to be ready whenever. Friends! Football friends. Friends. What farming game, Jessica? I'll get you next time. I won't forget this. Football friends. I'm back in my own body. Can't fly away. Oh, it's so hype. I'm gonna die. The Riz is unfathomable. Claudia, why would you save me? Why indeed. After having switched bodies with you, I thought about your perspective for once. I feel like I've grown to understand you, to some degree at least. But don't misunderstand, I haven't acknowledged everything about you. In the end, I still believe that I'm alone beautiful. I know what you mean. I'll acknowledge you too. But I shall think I'm going to win in the end. Ah, W. Riz. I wish I was that fit. I don't. It'd be so uncomfortable to live. Grand Bazaar. Oh, God. Is this what I think it is? Are you talking about Harvest Moon? Oh, my God, bro. No, it's Story of Seasons. Same thing. It's the same thing. Let's be honest. It's the same thing. It's same thing. Do 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 do. No, it's not. Ah, yes, it's not. Well, I've got some bad news for you, my friend. It is not on PlayStation. So, unlucky, my friend. There's only A Wonderful Life, Pioneers of Olive Town, and Mineral Town. Not yet. I don't know if it'll drop in Australia is probably the next thing I would probably say on top of that. They are extremely lax with these games in Australia. They generally only release in Steam. We've actually only just gotten like Harvest Moon and Story Seasons in Australia in the past like year. Because I recently bought one for Rokoi last year. Nintendo and Steam, but now coming to PS5. Okay, well, you can redeem it, but if I'm going to be honest with you, there is a 90% chance I won't like it. So it is up to you, my friend. So I'll play it and platinum it, but a high chance I won't like it. I'm going to start telling people if I won't like a game. And the game will be nearly 200k to redeem because it's like 150 hours to beat, apparently. Since it's one of the bigger boys. You don't like farming games? I hate farming games. Side note, I'm free to Monday to Sunday, then work Monday, sunrise, and repeat. Yeah, for real, for real. When I get into the bigger games, we can start working on it whenever we have free time, if you'd like. So when I get into like Mountain Blade and stuff like that. Grinch. I'm 3 hours in and only 6 achievements away. Yeah, see, you see what I mean though? Only. I did start it with Rokoi this year, and that was shit. I hated every second of that. We didn't even finish it in the end because the save file is pretty much corrupted at this point. That's still crazy in my eyes. You were trying to redeem Star Ocean, Spicy. Star Ocean was still the longest out of all of them. Don't forget about RimWorld as well. Only like 20 people in the world have done that. Actually, I think it's 6. I brought it back. So it's up to you, Cheska. Like, yeah. All I'll say is there's no guarantee I'll like the game. That's all I'll pretty much say. But I will finish it. Either way. Oh my god, PSN. I literally have an account. Why the fuck do you need to actually verify me? Yeah, so, like, for Mountain Blade, for instance, like, this game here was redeemed by Banana. Only 24 people have done it out of 18,000. So, a stupid amount of people have attempted this platinum and have not even gotten close. How many people have dropped it close, actually? Hang on. It'll have it in the 100% club. 0.13%. It'll be my rarest platinum probably ever. I don't think I'll ever get anything closer to that, to be honest. Let's have a look. How many people have gotten close? Look how many people are close. Wow.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
Look, all these people dropped it in the past, like, 2 years as well. Oofed. I wonder what they're stuck on. What's this guy stuck on? He's on 90%. And dropped the game a few years ago. He must have just cracked the shit, surely. What do you mean, error? Load the trophies. Maybe he died? Not with how many platinums he's got going on right now. Holy fucking accounts, bro. This actually does scare me. I think if we're able to do this platinum, there will be genuine like tears. He's missing 3 trophies. He's missing execute a lord that has killed by one of your clan members, become a great grandparent, and have your 7th kid born. Jesus, they're all RNG. This person, this person has 515 platinums. Holy fucking shit. And has 785 ultra rares. And gave up on the platinum. Oh my god, I think they have Deep Rock Galactic Platinum as well, which is pretty fucking crazy. Holy crap, they do. They've done the Deep Rock Galactic Platinum, but they haven't done the fucking... This scares me. This game is so big, dude. It's fucking massive. 300 hours is bullshit. It's like actually like I think it's like 600. I remember looking into this. It's massive, and it's got DLC as well. The DLC is massive. It's like 600 or 800 hours to do it. And this guy gave up on Mountain Blade. Oh my fucking god, dude! It's over. Need to resuscitate me. Lol. Your mods want to see you suffer. They do. All of my mods actually like seeing me suffer. That's a very good point. Professor actually redeemed the other one with 400 hours on RimWorld. Maybe he died. I got him in 4K panicking. Goose clipped on the emails Discord. Remember when he killed me and auto reporters, so he had to pretend. Lol. They have an addiction. Sub-1 sent goddamn was hilarious. Check emails Discord clips. I'm chuffed I caught him out. B. Nice. And the other one is RimWorld. These are the two that are fucked. So only 20 people out of 18,000 people have done Mountain Blade, and we've got to do it. And this is the other one. And only 49 people out of 2,000 have done this one. And apparently this game is completely broken. But 20 people have done it since December. And this one's 300 to 400 hours, this platinum. I can't handle Mountain Blade. It's too crazy. We're going to have some fun. We're going to have some fun, Spicy. Hopefully you have a PS5 by then and you can help me out with it. DC. Oh my god. Okay, go to emails, Twitch, and go to clips. XD. Last 24 hours. I can't friggin' handle Mountain Blade. I'm too crazy. Yeah. It's good. It's not crossplay? No. No, it's not crossplay. Nope. Sad. Swear to God, Spicy. If you don't buy a PS5 this year, I'm catching a fucking flight, bro, to throw some goddamn hands. I'm sorry, Cello. I wanted to know you better, but I didn't consider your feelings or your presence. We can understand each other like that, can we? I'm so selfish, man. What an idiot I am. Kudu. I'm so sorry, Cello. I won't ask any more questions. Can we... Thank you. I can't say anything yet. But one day. One day. 24-hour Minecraft stream. The longest I've done it's like 12 hours. 48-hour stream when someone redeems it. I'm a little scared to spend right now. Let me settle in my new work, then I'll buy it. He's never going to do it, guys. It's never happening. I'm telling you. I've been having this discussion with Spicy for nearly 14 months. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, guys. He's never going to... He's never going to buy a PS5, ever. It's never happening. It's never happening. I'm telling you. The longest I've done, I played Hogwarts Legacy for 24 hours when it released. Funny enough. I played that for 24 hours straight. And I've played Final Fantasy 15 for 36 hours straight when it came out as well. But I wasn't streaming that, obviously. Let's see a look. Once I buy it, I'll probably cry, honestly. It's been 10,000 years. Stop the cap. It's not going to happen. I dead ass. It's not going to happen. And that's okay. I've accepted my fate, you know? I've accepted my fate. You know what's crazy? Like, that thing's so missable. Like, literally spawns after you beat the boss. Same with WoW, it's never happening. I'm gonna see if I catch the stream then. I'm gonna do some alchemy during lunch coming up, so I start streaming. Y'all don't have to watch me brew 100 potions. I'm out speeding through hardcore mode. Are you doing it? Did you restart again? The one for real, it's never happening. WoW's too deep. I think there's actually a very high chance of WoW happening over PlayStation. 100%. We barely managed to escape Beauty Castle Meow, but Marjorie, didn't she sneak into the ocean Meow? Okay, that's not the right one. There we go. It's gonna kill my career if I play WoW. It's one hell of a time sink, probably even worse than Star Ocean. Nah, there's 100% a higher chance of WoW happening. I've got no doubt in my mind, honestly. I stared at it again for stream. I got it wrong. It's KCD 1 hardcore that needs you to be a virgin. Let's go back to Mother Green. Super hot. Just wait, Purge. Just you wait. I've been waiting, Spicy. How much longer do I have to wait for? I'm just trophy hunting alone in the wilderness. I heard Red Hot's seen a lot of strange cats too. Talk to the guy with the red clothes in the village entrance to unlock Red Hot before going to Mother Green. Let's go to Blue Cat. Talk to the painter. To the Blue Cat. I hate that it, like, thinks I can remember every fucking area in this game. Oh, I think it's an island, actually. Spicy. I said it again. Spicy adds me on PSN to play Warframe. Doesn't have a PS5. Bruh, don't play Warframe. That's the stupidest time sink ever. Doesn't even have a platinum trophy, bro. What a waste of time. Screw that list. It doesn't have a platinum trophy, and it's stupidly rare, and it's... Apparently the trophy list is really broken, I've heard. I heard it doesn't even work properly anymore. We go back to... Aloha Islands. Blue cat. There it is. Do 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 do. And go talk to the painter. What the fuck, game? Wait, hang on. Oh my god, it just looks identical. God, there's so many cats everywhere. Fuck me dead. Hey, buddy. I painted something using you as a motif since you saved the town. Here, you can have it. Acquired illustration 7. Can I look at my... I can't look at my illustrations, can I? Oh, I can. Oh my god. Are they literally just like... Oh, they're not even cool, bro. I'm a bit sad about that. Not gonna lie. Alright, now we gotta go to Red Hot, apparently. What the fuck are you doing here? Hang on, let me save. This could like start a fight by accident. Oh, I make it my background? Oh, that is kind of cool. I kind of like that, actually. That is kind of cool. Ah, the beauty of the sea. Oh, that nostalgia ocean breeze. So lovely ocean whisper. Okay, let's go. Can add me on PS4. I refuse to play Warframe or whatever. Or just anything, to be honest. Set sail! We're going to Red Hot now. Okay, go to top middle house to answer quiz. What are you doing here? Who are you? Who are you? What? Really? Caused a lot of trouble for Queen Cornet once. If you really are a child, I'll give you something nice. But first, I want you to answer some questions to prove your identity.
So let's get hyped for Guanxi's Marl Kingdom quiz!
What the fuck, dude? BGM's starting to grow on you, huh? I've always kind of liked it. Game I got the most hours in TV with like 5,000 players hours. Oh, man.
Question 1.
Oh, yeah.
What's the princess's name? 1. Kurusail Sherry Marl Q. 2. Zolbaref Oscar Hasselbeck. That's right! Was that one too easy? Question 2. What's the currency here? 1. Dollars. 2. Inotium. You're right, you're right. That's pretty good. How about this one, then? Question 3. What's Kururu's school? 1. The Royal Paprika Academy. 2. Municipal Papaya Academy. Right again? Could you really be her? How about this one? Question 4. What's the king's favorite? 1. Steamed red-hot fish. 2. Grilled orange fish. Whoa, right again. Do we need to go on? It's time.
Is there a socials page where people can put their gamer tags? If you want to put like a PSN one in my Discord, just throw it in the Platinum Trophy area if you'd like. Or just in general.
Where was the queen born? 1. Mother Green. 2. Orange Village. You're totally right!
Yeah!
You're definitely Queen Cornet's daughter, Princess Kururu! Here's your prize!
So fucking stupid, dude. I love it. Oh, nice. We got a summoning. That's pretty cool. I actually like that. That's one of the best things in the game. Let's do an extra save here. We'll save here. And we'll save here. Let us begin. Hang on, actually. Have we missed anything? I'm still missing 60 fucking... How the fuck are there 60... Oh, okay. That's okay. Fuck me, man. Oh, wow, okay. So I'm missing... a lot more summoning still, too. Dude, this is so... This game is bullshit, dude. Alright. Into the next area we go. You almost released the beast there. The beast! What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Is this a Twilight's... What's that? A giant... What? That's right. That's Peerless Beauty. Mother is quite proud of it. Right. I don't get what goes on in Twilight's brain. That is an interesting decision. Enter the first house and speak to the Niancy. Okay. Hey, buddy. Wow, there are cats that can talk, meow. The world's full of mysteries. There's something odd about a monkey selling stuff, and you don't think you're weird. Come on, you'll find something you like. A silent fart. What's that? This is literally the theme park in Final Fantasy. Flying saucer. Golden saucer? Probably. I never finished Rebirth. Then how do you know about it? I'm B and I have returned. The golden saucer's not till like over halfway through the game. It's like 3/4 in. Welcome back, B. 3 and then 4. What the fuck is this guy doing here? When Jessica played the videos. Yeah, I do that with games, but start but never finish even when close to the end. I got a burrito, nachos, and all that. Hell yeah, fam. Boo. You're welcome for having me, Persh. Okay. Welcome to Berg's Item Shop. Lady Nyan Nyan and Mas Meow are in the plaza. When they fight, all they can do is stay out of it and sell the items, both of them. On that note, you buying something? I'll give you a discount. You'll give me a discount. Haha, welcome. I've opened Berg's items. Lady Nyan Nyan and Master... Okay, I know that. What have you got? Holy crap, is this all my money? Jesus, dude. I need to buy this, apparently. Ugh. This is like all my money. Thanks, come again. I need to play the original LOL. I started remake, but never finished it. Hang on. 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 So you played 7 Remake and didn't finish 7 Remake, and then you bought Rebirth and didn't finish Rebirth either. Why the fuck would you start the sequel to a game after not finishing the first game? This isn't the early 2000s where we had to, like, video rental the games. You have the time. I command my own... It's like, like, that might be the wildest take I've ever seen. Ugh. People get angry at people for not playing Crisis Core before playing Remake. I mean, I already knew how Remake ends, so why bother? That you don't understand why the bother, then I don't know what else to say to you, I'm afraid. To be fair, we're playing Like a Dragon without finishing the Kiryu series. I mean, that is a completely different series, though. That's like saying, like, I didn't finish, like, Final Fantasy X, but I finished 15. Take place in completely different worlds, pretty much. Not completely different, but different time zones. They don't correlate in any way. I finished Yakuza 5 and 6 and Like a Dragon, but never finished them before, like, moving to the next. Should finish Like a Dragon sometime. Started, not finished. I'm nearly thinking you don't finish anything, Cheska. You might be worse than Quantum and Squiggles. Charge! Don't lose nerve, meow. Claim victory. Destroy them! Prepare thy artillery. I finish games? How dare you? Do you? Do you? Hang on. We can test this theory. Started Hollow Knight, didn't finish it. I'm guessing Dragon Quest XI isn't finished. I'm just gonna take a shot in the dark real quick. I didn't like Hollow Knight. Okay. Oh, we're Astrobot. Hang on. Did you actually finish that this year? Last year, though. I'm counting just last year's games. You did? You did? So you got 1, 2, 3. 4. Well, there's no real story in Andromeda, is there? I'm going to be honest right now. I'm guessing 5. Hang on. Hang on, actually, no. Nah, it doesn't count. 4. 5. Did you finish Demon Souls? Outer Worlds is so boring. You could have played 90 hours of it. $102 and Yakuza 5 is insane and you haven't finished it. Okay, so you've got 4 Was it 5? Hang on. 6? You finished 3 Ace Attorneys last year, which is pretty impressive. Hang on. So you finished 6 games in 12 months. I love Demon Souls, bruh. Oh, you should do that as a platinum when you come back, Spicy. Try to get the collection. So you beat 6 games last year, and I'm not even gonna like look into the Ace Attorney ones. I could, really, if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna look too far into them in case you didn't finish them. Kingdom Come Deliverance took 200 hours of my time, but did you actually finish a playthrough of it? They don't count 3 games in 1 if they're that short. I don't count them. I'm afraid. ADHD, we're telling you ADHD, no, not finished a play. You still haven't finished a playthrough. No, that doesn't count. You haven't finished a playthrough of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 yet? What? I already have it on my list. I think it's on my old account. Oh, that's good then. That'll be a good one to go back to. I think you have it on your new list, but not your old one, Spicy, off the top of my head. Hang on. You better make sure you can get access to both those again, too. Forgot about that. Yeah, you do. You've started it, but you haven't platinumed it on your new account. I'm doing side quests and DLC. It is not that. It's 100%. 110% because you keep restarting. I'm just going to continue my old list, honestly. You're just going to go back to your old list? I respect it. Your old list is solid as fuck. You could just put the new games as well on there, because like all the new games on your new list are like doable to do again on your old list, in my opinion. Where like the games on your old list, I'd rather just go fuck myself. Like you've just got Elden Ring, Graveyard Keeper, you could work on again. Stuff like that. So you finished. So we'll say, I think we say 6 games. We'll say 6 games, and you finished 3 of them in the last week. Okay, hang on. Actually, if fucking hell, dude. So if we actually remove these 3 games, right? In 2025, you finished 3 games. The entire year. 3 games, bro. What? This is a Chesker roast. What is this? I'm still playing my first save. 4. What's the 4th game? You finished Grand Bazaar. Did you actually finish Grand Bazaar? And does Grand Bazaar actually have a story, is my other question. I think Chesker is doing good based on what we see. Yes, I rolled the credits. Okay. I'll count it then. And yes, it has a story. Alright, I'll count 4. So we got 4. I would like to say that for sure, Nord, but the problem is the amount of insane hours that she does have on like these games are actually like crazy, and that she hasn't finished them is another level of like insane. Agree to disagree, Purge? No, I disagree 100%. It's not even about the platinums either. Like, that's the biggest thing on top of everything. I couldn't care less about the platinums, to be honest. I don't judge people on their trophies or their platinums. I'll be finishing around 30 games this year. We'll see. We'll see. I'm keen to see that another 300 hours synced into Grand Bazaar on PlayStation when it comes out. Oh, by the way, Chesky... Oh, no, don't worry about it. If you want on your trophy list, you can delete these as well, by the way, if you care, when they're on 0%. I tend to delete them if I don't like games that I've tried, and then I'm sick of. I just get rid of them. They don't affect anything. On thing, yeah. It's gonna happen. I will do. I didn't know if you knew or not. I just do it because I've played a heap of games that I don't like, and then I delete them. Because it's just like, you know, there's nothing wrong with like opening up a game and it's shit. It's just when they have a trophy, you can't get rid of them, sadly. I mean, you can hide them if you want, if they annoy you enough. I could remove football games from my brother-in-law. I think I counted, though. Quantum, I think, played like 200 games last year, which was pretty crazy. Just on PlayStation alone. I'll be awfully upset if she finds out. I saw nothing. Yes, neither did I. But I have trophies for them, unfortunately. You can still hide them. You can check me as well if you want to. Should be Nordred, I think, if I changed it to that. I'll check it at another time, yeah. Glad I gave you a good laugh. Oh my god, dude. PTSD, dude. What the fuck's going on here? 183 games last year on Steam. So he played nearly 400 games last year. That's insane. That's actually insane. That's actually impressive. He doesn't always play all of them either. Sometimes he just opens them up and closes them. Or like starts them for a few minutes and he's like, I'm bored. And then turns it off straight away. When he does like something though, he does beat it pretty quickly. Quantum? Yeah, Quantum. Yeah, Quantum played like nearly 400 or 500 games last year. That's one of those days. Yeah. Yeah, he does that. I played one game for 5k hours. True. Are you okay, Picanyan? Don't worry about me, Meow. You have to get out of here, Picanyan. What are you saying, Meow? I can't leave you behind. Oh, Picanyan. Picanyan! Come on now. Let's run away together. Once we do, we can live somewhere peaceful, Meow. Not gonna happen, Meow. Okay, bro. What is this? Master Meow. Where are you going, Meow? What's the Nyanko's code? That's number 1! Nyanko code number 1. Don't disobey their master orders, Meow. So you do remember. Now come back here, Meow. And don't you ever have a secret meetup with one of the Yan Yan minions again. Come with me, Picanyan. Picanyan! There weren't any games other than SOS I was actively looking forward to, so I was surprised at KCD and really enjoyed it. I tried finishing some Yakuza but didn't click, so went to Ace Attorney, which made me chuckle. It's interesting you liked Ace Attorney, because it's generally like a pretty like niche game to get into. Leave it to me. What a cruel joke, Meow. To think the cat I love is my master's enemy minion. What should I do, Meow? Leave it to me. Dunno. If you run into Piconyan, please show him this, Meow. Acquired love pendant. If everything goes well, you'll definitely get us cat's blessing. Okay. Go right until you arrive at the big house. Hey, what's going on, man? Hurry up and enter, Meow. The show's about to start. It was an easy game to pick up and drop without need to remember mechanics and so on. During last year, I had lots of traveling to work, so I was away for months at a time. Fair enough. Fair enough. Did you play it on your on the portal? Well, looks like we got a battle on our hands. Phew, oh man, I thought you were one of those cats. Don't scare me like that. Weren't you the one scaring yourself? Huh? That horn, it belonged to Cornet. If I'm right. You're Cornet's child, yes. I knew it! Perfect timing. You're going to take down those cats, aren't you? Circus performance has been ruined because of them. Is that so? I can repay Cornet by helping you defeat them. 2 birds, 1 stone. Come on, play your horn. Play your horn, of course. Oh, cool. We don't have to fight this guy? Fuck me dead, dude. Yeah, so many games, just a couple minutes played. Yeah. Quantum does that. Not on portal, but on iPad with remote play. Fair enough. Be on my side. Not no for Quantum, not you, Cheska. You do have a lot of games though that you've randomly just started and dropped.
Huh? It's totally dark. I can't see anything.
Thanks for coming, Meow! Without further ado, Meow, we present today's show! Karkansky and Buckynekov!
I think Odyssey's shit. I think it's so like with AC Origins and Odyssey. Generally, you either like Odyssey or you like Origins, basically, is what I've been told. Like, most people who tend to like Odyssey don't like Origins and vice versa. So if you like one, you don't generally like the other. I hated how they switched around some of the buttons. It was so fucking frustrating too. Since the games play exactly the same, pretty much.
We hope you'll enjoy the story.
One's on me. Oh, it's so annoying. I think they changed the block in one of the attacks, and I was like, this is shit. Anime out of 10. Solid 10, eh? I love they're just sitting in the chairs watching.
So, because of their backgrounds, they were trying to elope.
Yeah, 4 games. That's fair. I liked Origins way more. I think Odyssey, the biggest issue I have with Odyssey is literally the furthest way you can possibly get away from being an Assassin's Creed game. There's literally nothing about Odyssey that's an Assassin's Creed game. Like, that's like the worst part about the game, personally. I think that was like the biggest thing. It took the biggest step away from being an Assassin's Creed game that I've seen. And it was just like, yeah. But I think it's actually probably the most popular Assassin's Creed game ever. But not for the right reasons. You ain't sharing anything anyways, can't see law.
How sad. They can't be with the one they love due to something so stupid.
I hurt my knee today. I reckon I might have pulled a ligament in my knee today.
A story like that, it can't happen for real.
Hmm? What's wrong?
It's nothing.
My Steam library has grown so much the last few months. Shelly getting that Riz through. It's all those sales. Yo, Picanyon! Who's there, Meow? We got business? Here, Picanyon told us to bring it to you. That's Picanyon's pendant! You're in love, aren't you? That's right, Meow. Then we will lend you our assistance. You only need our master to prove your relationship with Picanyon, right? But how, Meow? It's simple. You need only to find the Shadow Beauty piece she wants and say, we'll hand it over if you approve of us, or something like that. That's blackmail, Kreia. Once your master gives you the blessing, you've got your happy ending. And during that commotion, we'll take it for our own and all as one's well. Right. Got it, Meow. I'll do my best, Meow. As for the my dearest Picanyon. I love how they have the same name. Nice undies. Increases monster capture rate for Kururu. Fucking hell, dude. Honestly. Sucks. I see. Pull the ones in my foot. Hurts like truck. Oh, yeah. I haven't pulled a ligament in my foot for a while, thank God. I found like a certain type of shoes that I always wear now. And I don't have feet injuries anymore. Thank fuck. But they're the worst. I think I have 11 games on Steam. It's a lot, lol. Haven't even downloaded them all and played yet. Just wait. You can get those random, like, boxes with heaps of Steam keys in them, and they're really addictive. They pretty much tripled my Steam library in, like, a year. Ascend the stairs. And go left 6 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Then go to reach the statue? What statue? Have fun with lunch, fam. Me in privacy settings. Enjoy your luck, fam. Have fun out there. Planetarium, climb the stairs and use the goddess statue. Bro, it does 168 damage? Holy shit, dude. Out there, in my kitchen. Good luck out there, soldier. It's tough out here. Making your own lunch.
Say no to violence! Ah! Phew, what a relief.
Because I spent all my money, I need to actually bring out some back, so I gotta be careful.
Say no to violence! We're invincible!
There you go, smelly gloves. Go left. Go left, left, and left and find a hidden chest for Iron Curtain.
I beg your pardon? Kudu wins!
I have all these enemies, I'm pretty sure. Does something violent. He pulls out a fucking machine gun. The game is just full of stuff like that.
It all comes down to take.
Oh yeah. Oh, Iron Curtain. God, if the game is so identical on some levels, it's actually trippy as fuck. I think this is the bees we haven't seen yet, funny enough.
Scramble, go!
Nice.
Kudu wins!
Kudu wins! Oh, yep. That's the Heaven team. Hang on, there's a boss battle here, I think.
Everyone, lend me your power! Meow! Woohoo! Let's go!
Nice.
We're invincible!
Alright, mini boss, apparently. Stop right there, Pekonyan. Everyone, we understand how you feel, but we can't let you go any further, Meow. Users and units are going to get in the shadow of beauty for the Master Meow. Die!
Thanks, everyone! Kudu wins!
Lol. That's the
Falcos aren't always gonna be doormats, Meow. Let's do this, Meow.
Yanko fusion! Fusion! Holy fucking shit. You're gonna die today. That's crazy, for real. For real, for real. Pretty much everything is a dungeon in this game, actually. It's pretty insane. This game is like...
This is magic. Go! It's time to scramble.
A lot more in depth this game than I thought it was going to be. I kind of wish it was a bit more chill, but I don't mind it at the same time, to be fair.
Come on out, puppet friends! Go get 'em, everyone!
Oh, that was sick. That's the first time I've seen that ability.
Come on out, puppet friends! This is magic! Woohoo! Let's go! Ta-da! Everyone, lend me your power!
The power of friendship.
Obey my orders!
Nice, we got him.
We're invincible!
Oh, yeah. Ba-na-na-na-na. Must Meow, I'm so sorry, they've taken me out. We got the Tantium. I mean, nice. Oh my god, bro. How you doing over there anyway, Spicy fam? What are you up to? Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Here I go!
You fixing up your LinkedIn?
Comes down to
I actually was thinking I need to fix mine up. I haven't done it for a while. Duke. I like Duke, but I think we actually are gonna like upgrade here. What the hell is Billy? Is Billy the new character? Billy's fucking overpowered. What the fuck? I like Tal a lot, but Tal doesn't do as much damage. Oh no, Chiba's still. I'm cool with that. We'll save real quick too. I have, can one air fry halloumi? We'll see in a few minutes. I believe it actually doesn't do too bad. I think my mom did it one time. I just fry it though in a fry pan. I'm updating my LinkedIn, honestly. It makes me feel like I'm facing mistakes I've made in my life. I hate it. Smartphone typing stuff. That's okay. Mistakes are good though, you know. Mistakes mean progress and changes.
Everyone, lend me your power! There, now! There, now!
Right. Climb the stairs, go left and
It all
climb.
comes down to taking the initiative.
Climb the stairs again. Oh, wow. That's missable as fuck. Okay, illustration 5. Climb the stairs and go left.
Everyone, lend me your power! There, now! It all comes down to taking the initiative.
Oh yeah. Should be a chest here. There it is.
Say!
Nice.
I rip the weak!
Yep. Go to the left and climb the roof. Touch the shadow of beauty piece. Battle the boss. Righto. Sounds good.
Everyone, lend me your power! Ah, there! Hey, yow!
Why does she have a LCD in her suitcase? I don't know. I think it's part of the lore from the first game why she has it, but I think she's just super rich. So she has like all this really high-tech stuff
Don't underestimate.
to like help her fight, basically. Oh, hang on. Shit, I didn't save. We could die here. Fuck. Alright, now we just have to wait for your masters. Meow, I'm starting to get nervous. Pull yourself together now. This is Pikonyan. Bum, ba, da, dun, dun. Are we gonna fight both of them? Mahaha. It's my win this time, Meow. Mahaha. I beat Nyan Nyan Meow Meow. Grr. Good job, Pikanyan. Now bring it to the Shadow of Beauty to me. No, Meow. What? If you won't accept my relationship with Pikanyan, I'll shatter it, Meow. Pikanyan, you love me that much? The Riz. I'm sorry, Master Meow, but I want you to accept us no matter what, Meow. No, Meow. You can't be the one with Nyan Nyan's underlings, Meow. Please, Lady Nyan Nyan. You don't care what happens to this piece of Shadow of Beauty? Won't your own master be in a tough situation without it? That doesn't matter, Meow. That's right, Meow. This is about my honor. It looks like we've taken a rather unexpected turn. No way. They're in love. Why can't you just acknowledge that? Shut up, Meow. If you plan to get in my way, I'll take you out. But kick some ass. Oh, wait. I thought you played the first one as well. No, I didn't end up... I ran out of time. Sadly. Alright, Billy. What you got?
Come on out, puppet friends! This is magic! Go!
Oh, this is Billy.
Here I go, Meow! Just an experiment, Meow.
I'm guessing the first game is like 30 hours as well. I think the first game's really short. It's just I have to get it on Switch. Which is a whole thing, of course, as well.
Scramble, go!
Oh, ancient gods, please give me power!
This is so fun, Meow!
Holy crap.
I'll torment you, Meow.
Nothing's really working, hey. Let's try Super Survivathan. We use Fairy, and we're going Big Ol' Heal.
Everyone, lend me your power!
The first game apparently is a lot more simplistic than this, though. But it's still a good game. But these two are considered like masterpieces, apparently.
This is magic! Here I go, Meow! I'll make you cry, Meow.
Holy crap, dude. Okay. We're in big trouble here, I think. We are in big trouble here, guys. I don't know if we're actually going to win this battle or not. Are you enjoying it, this game? To an extent, yeah, I think I am. I think it's a good game. It's a lot different to what I would usually play.
Woohoo! Let's go!
Oh, ancient gods, please give me power!
make you cry, Meow.
He's gonna die here.
Here I go, Meow.
He's weak to... Oh my god, that was so close. Righto. We're gonna do Flan, and then we're actually gonna do this. We're in trouble here. Anime is too strong in this game. I think I'm not sure I can handle it. I approve of air fried squeaky cheese. Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad it worked out. I'll remember that for next time.
Everyone, lend me your power. Come forth. Punish me, Meow.
This is crazy to say, but I actually might have to grind more.
Come on out, puppet friends. Secret technique, Shadowless Slash. I'm still on my journey to mastering the sword.
Surely one of them are gonna die. Surely. They can't keep this up forever. Halumi's a pretty, a big staple thing for breakfast here. And it's fucking lit. Okay, I think they've run out of magic, actually. I've never seen this before, but I think they've actually run out of magic, funny enough. You can't see their health, you can't see their health, their magic, or anything. It's irritating as fuck. They've got so much health. Served how? Just fried by itself. As a side. Look on the bright side, it's trading as fuck if one of them suddenly dies. They've taken, I reckon, nearly like 4,000 damage right now, which is insane. I'm really... Oh my god, she's got heals! She must be close.
This'll hurt, Meow.
They're both healing. Oh my fucking god, dude. Is it damage check then? Oh man.
I'm sorry. Just
They're just gonna keep healing, man.
Meow.
They must have enough health, like, to just keep healing themselves.
This is so fun, meow.
That's 500 health every time.
Here I go, meow. I'll torment you, meow. Meow. Say no to violence. I'll torment you, meow.
Can you silence them? No.
So fun, meow. There, meow.
I'm pretty much out of magic, too. Hang on. Let me try something. Actually. No. It's like anything, like any of these items don't really work right now either. You know? That's the problem. Oh shit, I should have kept that for the end of the game, I think. That was actually more overpowered than I was expecting.
Divine punishment, meow. I'll make you cry, meow. This'll hurt, meow.
Is it a scripted loss? No.
Here I go, meow.
Says nothing about that.
Just an experiment, meow. Hey, meow. Punishment, meow. I'll make you cry, meow. Hey, meow. Punishment, meow.
I reckon they must be teetering on the edge. But they must be healing just perfectly enough. But I'm definitely doing like a lot of damage to them. Hang on.
This'll hurt, meow.
That's 140. 228.
Say no to violence. Meow. Attack, meow. Here I go, meow. I'll make you cry, meow. Hey!
If this was me, Per's just saying, they gotta run out of magic. They have to. They're definitely running out. There's no other reason why they'd be like teetering down this much. They have to be run. I didn't know I redeemed such a hard game. Yeah, this is pretty brutal. It's been pretty brutal the whole way, actually. If I'm gonna be honest. This is crazy, though. Oh my god, we got it! Nah, you're fucking going down. Fuck you, bro. Nah, you're going down. Nah, fuck yeah. fucking so over it. Oh my god, dude, I thought I'd never see the day. That was brutal. She's got so much health, though, by the way. She's got so much health. She can't out-heal you, no. No, she can't, but there's a chance she could kill me beforehand. We're gonna find out. Aren't we?
Here I go! I beg your pardon?
I've got no magic left, though, is the problem. Dude, the final boss is gonna be so brutal, dude. I'm actually gonna have to grind this game. I've already grinded like 5 hours in this game of just like leveling. This is insane.
This is so fun, Meow. Just an experiment, Meow. Attack now! Kudadoo wins!
Three out of 10 my ass, dude. This game's like a solid 5, I reckon, honestly. DD Coom, the sweet release, GG.
Where is it? I will not ask again, child.
It's gone. It's gone. It's been claimed. You broke the Yonko code, Pyongyang. Do you really like that cat there that much, Pyongyang? I do, Lady Yan. And I love Pyongyang just as much as she loves me. Grr, meow. Stop, what are you doing? If they want to be together, then this is the only way. That's not true. They were just love. They couldn't accept that. Good career. We might make it in time if we hurry. Let's go down there. Right, let's fucking save. What a dumbass fucking... 40 minutes! Clean up purge. It's all over the place. Okay, bro. Help me out, homie. Help me out. They didn't say they killed them. Why? Something like this is just too sad. All they wanted was to be with one of them they love.
Gary, now I know I was wrong. I messed up, and now you're gone.
Ah! What's the meaning of this? Pyongyang's minutes were excited by our masters Meow. They can't approve this love between their underlings, so they turn them into cats. That means these cats are... That's right, Meow. They're Pyongyang and Pyongyang. Lady Yan Yan and Master Meow are both twisted and stubborn, but they're actually both very kind masters Meow. Pyongyang, stop crying, Meow. You cry yourself out of your tears and chest. Mind your own business, you're crying too, Meow. Cat Riz. For real, for real. I'm glad you're together. Take care now. Thank goodness. I was worried about how things might turn out. Yeah, I'm glad everything worked out. It's too lonely, you know, not being able to be with the one you love. No matter how big the obstacle love really does conquer all, huh? That's right. As long as you have the love and courage, there's no obstacle you can't overcome. Yeah, that's right. If you have someone you love, just keep trying. Ah, cat anime. Swissy, you heard that? I'll lead into the encampment, Meow. Oh, okay, so I can go in here now. Nice. All the other Nyans were sent off to Ice Village, Meow. Oh, okay. Okay. At least I'm financially stable. You know what? It's a good point. Now here's to start a new attraction over there at the camp, Meow. I'm so jealous, I want to play too. Ice Village, Meow. The last Shadow of the Beauty fragment is the Love Castle. Let's save again. We'll go on to Red Hot for the next quiz. Super hot. Are you ready? Just in time. I finished a new Doll of Lord Flare one of the moments ago. Would you like it? I want it. Understand. However, I can't just hand it over for nothing at all. Are you ready?
Now, let's get this started. It's Guanji's Marl Kingdom Quiz. Are you ready? Question 1. What's Meow's full name? 1. Meow Bakanekov. 2. Meow Karkansky. That's right! Now for question 2. What's Etoile's airship? 1. The Carpaccio. 2. The Toto Calcio. Wowie, wow, wow, another right answer. How's about this next one? Question 3. What's the airship's cannon? 1. The Rosenqueen cannon. 2. The Rosenmoby cannon. Right, you are. Are you cheating or something, Your Highness? In that case, here's question 4. Describe the Marjorie family. 1. Idiots. 2. Morons. That's right. Well, to be honest, both answers were right. It's time for the last question. Where was the princess born? 1. Mother Green. 2. Orange Village. That's right! Well done! Just what I'd expect from Princess Kururu. Here's your prize.
Nice. I'm sure that Lord Flair is just thankful to the Queen, Cornet, as I am. Please try speaking to your statue out front, Princess. Thankful feelings reach you. A quiet Enotian store. Okay, cool. Flair is level 30, hey? Bella! You gotta go. I'm putting Flair in. Flair's going in. Now we gotta go to Ice Village, which was up here, wasn't it? We're gonna make an extra save here as well. My god, dude. It's not 18 hours, it's actually 20 hours. We're 20 hours in, guys, into this game. 20 fucking hours in, and... There's still another chapter to fucking go. And this chapter's not even done. And there's another, I'm looking at it now, there's another 4 fucking areas we gotta do as well. Just in this chapter alone. So there's probably, like, honestly another hour or 2 of gameplay. And then the final act looks fucking massive as well. And will probably take 2 to 3 hours. Oh my fucking god, dude. This game is so much bigger than they've said. And I'm frustrated. In summary. Again, you don't really get any trophies in this game too, and the problem is, again, with this game, is we pop when the credits roll. I think we pop 9 trophies. Is what's insane as well. So we'll pop 9 trophies as the credits roll in this game. So, like, I don't get any trophies to the very end of the game. Which is painful. But that was 5 hours of grinding. I didn't really do anything but play this game either. And I couldn't even get through the chapter. And no trophy today either. Just that one chapter the entire time. That one chapter is crazy. The entire stream. Most of the chapters have only taken an hour and a half at a time. We have 9 of the 20 background illustrations. So we're still missing 11 illustrations, which is crazy. We're missing 30 observation notes, which is, so we're still missing 30 fucking enemies, and I'm missing 71 conversations. Oh, man. I can't believe it. This game is nearly going to take the whole game. Like and this is the first game. Like, there's 2 games in this collection. I have to fucking beat the 3rd one as well. Someone did it in 12 hours. Okay, bro. Sure you did. When did we get our first trophy on the 14th, was it? It's a while ago now. Bugger. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm annoyed. I'm a little bit annoyed. A little bit annoyed about it all. I'm going to be honest. I sadly do have to hop off really early tonight. I do apologize for that. We will be doing... so I'm going to keep my 5 days going, as usual. But I'm going to start doing at least 1 stream a week that's 5 hours long. And the rest are going to be my normal 7 to 9 on average. And my 12 on the weekend, basically. I have to get up really early for work at the moment to get everything done. Because my work's taking twice as fucking long right now to deal with. I was really excited to finish this game today. It's a shame it's much longer than expected. It's just disappointing because, like, I really put some time aside to be able to do this today, and I was, like, really excited, and we didn't finish it, which is a bit shattering. And I know I'm not going to get close to finishing it, otherwise I'll just grind it out. But yeah, we're going to be doing 1 shorter stream a week at least, which will be 5 hours a week. And I might just do it, like, smaller games during that time, or I don't know, whatever it'll be. And the rest will be longer 7 hours, because I'm picking up some more work soon, so I need to be careful. And we'll be going back to doing back-to-back 12-hour streams on the weekends, basically, to keep the consistency going. And I do apologize for being away. I will be back tomorrow, hopefully. I'm maybe a little bit a little bit late tomorrow because of work. Work is just a little bit insane right now. So I'm just rolling with the punches. But we'll see how we go. I love and appreciate all of you. Hope you all have an amazing day, amazing morning, amazing night, whatever time it is for you. I shall see you all then. I hope you all have, an amazing time. I'll see you all tomorrow again for Rhapsody, guys. Unless we got stuck on the final boss and then we have to grind for 6 hours. Then I'm not doing that on stream, and then we'll go play Chivalry 2. Bye-bye. We raiding out? Yeah, I gotta go to bed early. Sadly, I'm sorry, Spicy. Bye-bye.
Hey, Purge, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How's everyone going? How you going, Purge? Thanks for doing the shout out for Purge, Bianca. I'm not sure why I didn't play the raid video, but whatever.